What's good, y'all? Welcome to Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I am Zay Collier. Appreciate everybody for rocking with us on this Football Friday. Like, subscribe, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X. We're everywhere, man. Instagram, get the app. Y'all know how we do. Hit up the Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. And yeah, man, feeling good today. Feeling better than I have all week. You know what I'm saying about this game? I'm still a little skeptical, still a little nervous, but at the end of the day, I think Texas will be able to leave Gainesville with a win, but we'll see what happens. My man Chip Brown has landed in Florida. He's getting all situated and such. Getting ready to do the show at whatever hotel he's staying at. I don't know where he's staying. I don't think there's good hotels in Gainesville. You know, it's not the biggest place, OG college town. So I don't really know exactly where Chip is residing this weekend. But either way, he will be on any moment now. Joe K, what's popping? Paxton, rain officially gone. I don't know if you're in Florida, Paxton. But if that's the case, hey, cool. I mean, Texas, this offense, they could use any type of help they could get. I think the weather, if it's a factor, could be a big part of tomorrow's game. But there he is, live from Florida in the green room, the great Chip Brown.
Oh, Nelly. Oh, Nelly. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, man, you're good.
Because, you know, I got to say, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us on a free-for-all Football Friday. Just rolled into Ocala, Florida.
Ocala.
Got stuck behind a big old interstate traffic wreck, which I did not need. For my nerves, for my traveling. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Hey, what do you mean?
What do you mean?
But by God, here in Florida, where it is windy.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to be windy tomorrow. It's supposed to be like this tomorrow. So you know, it's like 12 to 13 mile an hour winds.
Oh.
Like steady with gusts higher than that. So this could be an interesting game from a weather perspective. I drove through about 3 different rain showers on the way from Tampa to Ocala. There is supposed to be some rain tomorrow, so this is going to be a test of, you know, who's ready to play some football. Weather be damned, Zay.
Weather be damned.
I mean, I don't want to hear about, oh, the wind, oh, the rain. I don't want to hear about that. You know, I want to hear about who's ready to go knock snot bubbles into people and who's ready to get people believing in this Texas football team again, namely the guys in the locker room, because that's all that matters, really. But yeah, man, I'm ready to break this down. I'm ready to get things fired up. You know, it is interesting. I think South Florida is playing tonight, and they're playing at home. So I talked to a fan of ours named Wade, who I bumped into in the Tampa airport, and his son, who is a freshman quarterback at New Braunfels High School. Go Unicorns.
Go Unicorns. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're going to the South Florida game tonight, Charlotte at South Florida. That kicks off at 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock Central at Raymond James Stadium where the Bucks play. And then they're going to the Swamp for the Longhorns game. That's some good planning right there.
No, that's dedication, man. Shout out to South Florida, one of the teams that gave an L to the Florida Gators, who Texas plays tomorrow.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
It's a lot of that game this week. Obviously, LSU, obviously, Miami. And I don't think Arch Manning's Byron Brown, but he could do some things like Byron Brown did, which Brown, he gutted the Florida Gators a few times with his legs. And right now, we know that's one thing Texas offense has going for them. So how much will we see that tomorrow? You know, seeing the Thursday the Thursday injury report, a little nervous about that because Manny Muhammad now questionable. So
yeah, and Manny Muhammad, this sounds like it's another hamstring.
Oh God.
We just haven't seen Texas players have these soft tissue injuries. We know Quintravian Wisner, CJ Baxter, both working through hamstring issues. Of course, Jonah Williams had a hamstring issue that he had during baseball. But now Malik Muhammad, and he was downgraded to doubtful for this game. I've never seen a Steve Sarkisian availability report where a player who is listed as doubtful.
Wait, when did he go doubtful? When that happened?
What is he now?
Questionable at 7:10 Central. He was questionable. The only doubtful player for Texas is CJ Baxter. I don't know if things have changed. I thought it will come out. Another one will come out tonight, same time, 7:10 Central. But
yeah, you may be right.
Doubtful, questionable. Emmett Mosley, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, probable. Quintravian Wisner, probable. Kobe Black, probable. Xavier Filsaime, probable.
Yeah, so, questionable. Sorry.
Yeah.
Malik Muhammad, questionable, but even that,
it's not good.
And considering it's a hamstring, makes it even more unlikely that we see him. But hey, this is a game where it don't matter who's on the field. I mean, look at Florida. Florida is going to be without their best defensive player, Caleb Banks. They're going to be down a couple defensive linemen, and this is a game where Steve Sarkisian needs to play it not safe, but going forward on fourth down. The only way you're going to Florida, their offense is, first of all, it's all connected to Jaden Baugh. And you just can't let that guy get going. You can't let him become a focal point in the running game. You can't let him become a key receiver for them because that dude's averaging 5.9 a carry. I mean, Texas doesn't have anyone averaging more than 5 yards per carry. And that's not good, Zay. I mean, Quintravian Wisner played one game. He's averaging 5 yards a carry. Everyone else is, averaging 4.5, 4.3. That's not special. And this is a game where, you're going to want to run the football if you're Texas and wear down that Florida defense. That's what Miami did. Miami stuck with their plan. They were patient. It was a close game in the first half, and then they wore down that Florida defense and they pulled away and won it 26-7. And I see a similar recipe for Texas in this game. The only way it gets sideways for Texas is if the offense is somehow turning the ball over, even on downs. Remember, Texas went for it on fourth down 5 times in the first half against UTEP. They converted 2. Like, this is not the night, the afternoon to be going for it 5 times in the first half because you don't want to be the slump buster for DJ Lagway. You don't want to be the team that suddenly breathes life into this Florida offense. You punt the football, play defense, don't get cute. I mean, run your stuff, but let's not be like, man, it's 3rd and 1. We didn't pick it up. We're on our own 35-yard line. We're going for this. Don't get sucked into that. Punt the ball. Play possession football. Rely on your defense. Rely on your punter. And then wear down that defense. Pull away in the second half. Get the hell out of there and get on to Oklahoma. Because this is a game where Texas is the better team. Texas has the better personnel. So act like it. Because the only thing that Florida had, I mean, their offensive line was supposed to be really good. It's not really good. And, we didn't know about Texas's offensive line, but Florida brought back, the interior of their offensive line. And they've not, they've been very, very inconsistent. And Florida is, the one thing, they don't generate any pass rush.
Zero.
So if you see Florida suddenly getting pressure on Arch Manning, that's bad. That's bad because Florida is dead last in the SEC. We were talking yesterday. Vanderbilt has 94 quarterback pressures. Florida has 34.
Yeah. Yeah, dead last in the SEC. They're dead last in Power 4 when it comes to pressures. Like,
that's bad.
They're that bad. Like Rutgers is getting more pressures than you. UCLA is
Rutgers?
UCLA is getting more pressures than this Florida team is. Yeah, this offensive line put up or shut up game. Like Contravian Wisner most likely is coming back. Run the damn football. Like I need over 200 on the ground.
Yeah.
I need that. Whoever wants it, cool. It might be limited reps for Contravian Wisner. I understand that, but Jared Gibson, Christian Clark, James Simon, here you go, fellas. You know what I'm saying? Time to put your big boy draws on. Let's go. Like, they need to put it to them. Like you said, Chip, the run game, it has to be money tomorrow. Obviously, I'd love to see explosive plays through the air, but Ron Roberts, we know he doesn't let you do that. He's going to force you to have those long, just boring dink and dunk drives where are you disciplined enough to get through that? Are you disciplined enough to not have a holding call or a false start? Are you disciplined enough, Arch Manning, to, okay, the first read's not there. Let me check it down to one of my backs and have them get some yards after catch type of action here. Like, are you willing to do that all game long? Because, as you said, Chip, Miami, they were willing to do that. Miami was probably like, man, Carson Beck was like, damn, man, I really want this down the field. Cristobal was like, chill, see? That's probably what he calls Carson Beck. He probably calls him C. Chill, see? We good. Let's just run the ball. It's going to be a boring night. You know what I'm saying? If you want something to help, go to South Beach and get that fixed for something more exciting. But tonight at Hard Rock, it's going to be a boring game, and we still going to put it on them. Is Steve Sarkisian in this offense? Are they disciplined enough to do that? As of now, I can't say they are with what I've seen, with all the penalties, the lack of run game, the missed assignments from the offensive line, Arch Manning being inaccurate. Sometimes the wide receivers, they're missing assignments. Separation ain't there. Like, I can't say that I feel fully confident that we're going to see a very clean game tomorrow from Texas. But with how bad this Florida offense is, you're going to have enough opportunities where you should make something happen. Take the points. This should be a classic just slobber knocker game, man. And I think this team coming off of the bye, I think they've prepared for that. And if this is one of those games where Mason Shipley is going to have to hit 4 or 5 field goals, so be it. So be it. Get out of there with a win. All your goals are still ahead of you, and get ready for Red River.
Yeah, I mean, Florida is converting 30% of third downs, and they are 1 for 27
It's not good.
at converting 3rd and 7. Like, if you can get them into 3rd and 7, you've got them. They don't believe they're going to convert it. And so you've just got to make sure that you don't breathe any kind of life into DJ Lagway, this Florida offense. You just got to make sure that you're because DJ Lagway, if you go back and look at it, last year he had a lot of success on big play touchdowns. Okay, well, guess what? Defenses studied the film and they said, okay, we're going to play soft coverage. We're going to play too deep. We're not going to give you that big play. You're going to have to earn it all the way down the field, and they can't. DJ Lagway, whether he's hurt or not, whatever it is, it's not happening. And so Pete Kwiatkowski, what does he love to do? He loves to play soft coverage and make them nickel and dime it all the way down the field. I hope he doesn't play too soft. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, especially if you're without Malik Muhammad.
Right. I mean, Texas has talent. They totally trust a guy like Cade Phillips even. Kobe Black, we know, was banged up.
He's probable
for this game. They trust Warren Roberson. They trust Cade Phillips, Kobe Black. So, I mean, is it concerning that Malik Muhammad might not play? Yeah, it's concerning because no one's throwing at him. And when you can basically eliminate half the field, that's great. They're targeting Grayson Littleton. That guy, and he's held up. Grayson Littleton's given up twice as many receptions as Jalen Gilbo. Grayson Littleton's given up 14 receptions. Jalen Gilbo's given up 7. And Littleton's given up fewer yards on 14 receptions than Jalen Gilbo's given up on 7. So Littleton tackles the catch. Teams keep going at him, and he keeps showing them, you may get like a little 6-yard pickup here, but you're not going to get anything more than that. And so, I think this Texas defense, with or without Malik Muhammad, is solid. And let's see Colin Simmons go off in this game. Let's see the big dog football players for Texas play like big dogs. Everyone's talking about Ruben Bain at Miami dominating, defensive end. I'm driving up I-75 in Florida. It's all about, Ruben Bain and the Miami Hurricanes taking on Florida State and Tallahassee. And, Colin Simmons was the preseason, defensive end of the year by Pro Football Focus. And we know we have not seen the best of Colin Simmons. So it is time. And what better opportunity than to contain a quarterback who can move around, but whose confidence has to have been shaken. Man threw 5 interceptions against LSU.
I don't think he can move, to be honest. I really think those injuries that he's dealt with, it's just
he's not in shape.
Yeah, he's not in shape at all. Calf strain, that hurts. He's scared to take hits. Sports hernia. He knows he's making a lot of money, so in a way he feels obligated to stay on the field. He's playing like that. This is kind of the bad side of NIL, where guys feel like, man, I'm the one that kept coach's job. So I owe it to coach. I owe it to the whole program and my teammates. I'm making the most on the squad. I owe it to everybody to try to be available. And I appreciate that type of mindset from DJ Lagway, but also it can get you got. And it's got him got, these last 3 games. So Yeah, he's hurting out there. He is not that same quarterback. I get film was watched from a lot of these coaches from last year to this year, but even then, he is not the same quarterback physically and mentally, and it shows. And I think Pete Kwiatkowski and this defense is going to take full advantage of that and have a blast doing it. It's just you got to hope that they turn the ball over and put Texas in such good field position situations that the Horns have no choice but to capitalize on that. You know what I'm saying? And even then, take the point, Sark. Sark greedy. Sark greedy. And I understand that. You want to prove to your team. Y'all been through blood, sweat, and tears. You want to prove to your squad that you believe in them. So on them 4th and 1s, 4th and 2s, 4th and inches, keeping those guys on the field, when you get those, oh man, that's huge for your team's morale. That's huge for their psyche, as a ball club. Okay, coach believes in us. We could go out here and kick ass. So I understand why he goes for it the way he does, but the percentages, you threw out the numbers, Chip, against UTEP, 2-5, that ain't it. We saw what happened against Ohio State. You convert those 4th downs, we got a whole different ball game. That didn't happen. Ohio State ran with the momentum at their place, and that's all she wrote. So now when you're in another situation like that, playing in Gainesville, even though Florida can't even touch Ohio State when it comes to talent and just, how they play in general, you got to be smart about it, and you got to make sure you capitalize on them 4th downs that you want to go for if you're Sark.
Yeah. And against Sam Houston, Texas didn't go for it on 4th down once. You know why? Because they were killing it on 1st and 2nd down. And they were rarely facing 3rd down, let alone 4th down. And I get it. Sam Houston is as CB, the world's greatest. Oh, sorry, that wasn't him. That was Sooner Cowboys jumping in.
Sooner Cowboys, my dog. Sooner Cowboys, Kent State this weekend, baby. Michael Hawkins Jr., he got to shake the cobwebs off before Texas, baby. I mean, if he plays, according to Mr. Chin or Dr. Chin, John Mateer should be ready to go. But, yeah, man, Sooner Cowboys, that's my dog, baby. We only a week out almost.
Yeah. Sam Houston got lit up by New Mexico State to drop to 0-5. They are the tomato can of tomato cans in college football. So hard to, but listen, this needs to be, and I'll touch on this in the chip shot. This needs to be a breakthrough game for Arch Manning, because if he doesn't look good in this game, if he doesn't look in command, just be technically sound, make sure the mechanics are good. Don't be missing the open throws. Don't be missing the gimme throws. Then next week is going to be a problem, because Oklahoma, they're getting pressure on the quarterback. Brent Venables has a nasty scheme. It's sophisticated. They disguise well. Oklahoma's defense is the strength of that football team. Make no mistake about it. And even with John Mateer, OU is not running the football with anyone outside of John Mateer. They have not. That offensive line isn't that good. The Texas defense, I mean, like I said, for the last couple of weeks, that Texas OU game could be 10-9. I mean, it could just be whoever can, kick the most field goals wins. Remember the 2009 Texas OU game where Colt McCoy's best play was a tackle on to avoid a pick six. They won it 16-13. And Hunter Lawrence was the MVP of that game. I see a similar type of game coming up at the Red River Shootout a week from now. But here's the deal. If Arch Manning figured something out in these 2 weeks, maybe that Sam Houston, maybe he just needed to feel that. Maybe he just needed to feel what it's like to complete 86% of your passes, 18 of 21, so that he's like, oh yeah, that's what it feels like. That feels a lot better than whatever this mess was up in Columbus, or those 10 straight incompletions against UTEP. So if he needs to come out of this Florida game with confidence, because the last thing he needs is a bunch of questions and all the buildup leading up to this game being what's wrong with Arch. Man, he doesn't need that noise anymore. He's a kid who's learning how to be tough. He's a kid who's learning how to be tough in the field of battle, because what he played in high school was not what he's facing now. And he's never faced criticism. He's never faced scrutiny. Now he's had it. He's been in it. Now he needs to keep putting that bleep in his rear view mirror and start stacking games. This team's growth depends on it. And it's a lot. It's a lot, but he's got playmakers. He's got guys who can make some plays for him. And having Quintravian Wisner back, even though he may not start, he's going to play, and having him back is going to be a big deal, because Quintravian Wisner gives that offense juice. He's a guy who gets in the huddle. Everyone looks at him and gets confidence. And I don't know if he's ready for a 30 carry game like he had, or even a 26 carry game like he had against Kentucky last year, leading up to the 30 carry game at A&M. But if it's windy and raining, that's what Sark's going to want to do. So let's see if this offensive line is up for it. Let's see if Quintravian Wisner can contribute to that. Which running back has made the most progress in the last 2 weeks? Because, I'm looking at it. I was doing a breakdown of these running backs, and, not named Wisner, not named Baxter. They all have this identical numbers. They're all like 4.3 carry. None of them have a 20-yard. None of them have a 20-yard run. Yeah. Texas has the least explosive running game. The big runs have come from two quarterbacks and Ryan Wingo. The backs don't have any 20-yard runs, and that's atypical for Texas 4 games into a season. So, the best is yet to come from this offense for sure, but it needs to start happening now, because these two defenses they're about to face, Florida, Oklahoma, Texas has to be multiple. They've got to be able to be balanced. They need these defenses to have no clue what's coming, and not feel like, oh man, we get a little bit of pressure on Arch Manning, he's going to fold like a paper towel, a wet paper towel. They can't have that. So, and I don't think you'll see the tricked up defenses that UTEP and San Jose State ran with 3 safeties and all the twisting up front and shooting linebackers to try to take away the big plays. And I think you'll see more head up, real, 2 safety, single high, more traditional defense. But who knows? Be ready for anything.
Yeah, that chess match between Ron Roberts and Steve Sarkisian is going to be interesting. And then on the other side, Billy Napier versus Pete Kwiatkowski. Yeah, I mean, all that sounds amazing, Shib. It's just there's so many different parts of this Texas offense you could look at to why it hasn't been successful. And that's what scares you. Like, if it was just like 1 or 2, you'd be like, okay, maybe they could fix these and then hit the ground running. But it's literally every single position group. For the wide receivers, it's health and confidence. Ryan Wingo seems like he's getting this confidence back, but it is Sam Houston. You need Emmett Mosley the 5th, it seems like, because I like Dalen McCutcheon, Parker Livingston. He's definitely doing this thing, but outside of that, it's not much there. You know what I'm saying? The
Well,
tight
and
ends got to get back involved.
The interesting thing about that split safety defense that Ron Roberts plays is it's kind of the opposite of what Ohio State, you gotta watch out for Caleb Downs on every single snap. And he's gonna play center field defense. So it kind of keeps you from going to the middle of the field against Ohio State. Against Florida, the between the hashes throws are the throws that you have to make because they put a lot on their linebackers. I mean, they split those safeties out wide, and those linebackers have to stop the run. They got to get the right depth on passing plays. They're going to show you a light box, which means run the ball. But if you're going to attack them through the air, the best place to do it is between the hashes. And we haven't seen Arch. We've seen him hit a couple of deep throws in the last game. We saw him hit that slant. The slants, that's the kind of stuff, and the deep in-breaking routes, those are the routes that you can get against Florida. And is Arch going to process quickly? Or is he going to hesitate? Because he hesitated against Ohio State, and it was terrible. And so that's what I'm looking for tomorrow. How quickly is he processing? Is he throwing guys open? Is he seeing that window before the guy breaks, throwing it into the window, and away you go? Because the processor has got to get going here. I mean, if Texas is going to be the team that they thought they were going to be coming into the year, that stuff needs to start happening now, and it needs to keep getting better every week. And you got to have the confidence going into a game like this, like, oh yeah, I'm so fired up to face this defense because they're legit. They got dudes, and I can't wait. That's how you have to approach it. If you're like tentative at all, it's going to be another bad night. So, that's what I'm looking for from Arch. And I think this is a really big game for him because, like I said, if he struggles tomorrow and, he's not on time with the easy throws, the throws that Sarkisian is dialing up so that he has an easy throw. I'm talking those wide receiver screens right down the line, just that stuff. Because Quinn made a killing on that stuff. Everyone's like, oh, he never throws the ball. Who cares? If that receiver's getting good blocking on the wide receiver screen, then he's going to go get 5, 6, maybe a touchdown. Those throws, everything has to move forward. Everything has to, get you into second and medium and third and short so that you've got, the defense doesn't know what's coming. And that's what I'm looking for because this Florida team, those players love Billy Napier. They're not going to quit on this guy. Like everyone who knows Billy Napier knows he's an upfront guy. Like all the high school coaches love him. The players love him. Sometimes it doesn't work. And maybe it's because of DJ Lagway's injuries in the offseason. Maybe he's out of shape. Maybe he doesn't have the confidence he had. Maybe, it's obviously a lot to do with offensive ineffectiveness, and that's Billy's side of the ball. And Billy's not going to give up play calling with DJ Lagway. Like, DJ went to Florida because he believes in Billy Napier. Like, they're going down together. If they're going down, they're going down together. And Lagway's going to fight like hell for that guy because he went to Florida because of Billy Napier, saved his job last year. So this is an interesting game because that noise is going to get so loud in Florida if they don't look good tomorrow. And I don't think Scott Strickland will fire Billy Napier unless Texas beats them like 52-7. If it looks that bad, if it gets out of hand like that, maybe. But, everybody inside the organization, from Scott Strickland to those players, believes in Billy Napier. So, I mean, it's a fascinating study. And I know there's a lot of other parts to this game than Arch and DJ Lagway too. Arch was the number one quarterback in 2023. Lagway was the number one quarterback in 2024. So and they've both struggled. And so who's gonna, I get all the storylines, and there's a lot of other stuff too. But man, both of these teams' fates right now are tied to these quarterbacks, and which one can get it going tomorrow at 2:30.
Yeah, I feel like Billy Napier and DJ Lagway, they're both digging each other's graves because Billy's play calling favors DJ Lagway, even though that might not be best for the squad. When you look at Jaden Ball's stats and what he's averaging, it tells you that Florida should run the ball more, yet DJ Lagway's been throwing in a ton. And then on the other side, it's like you're DJ Lagway, you feel like you got to try to get everything in one play because your team's playing from behind. You're not moving the ball the way that you want to. So you're forcing it, and just both of those guys, it's just kind of like Rams just running into each other. Like they're trying to do what's right for the team, but they can't get out of their own way. And then Florida's dealing with the injuries. And yeah, there's a lot going on in Gainesville. And again, you're Texas, you just got to take advantage of all those things. You talk about Ron Roberts and that defense and what Texas should be able to get. This should be a huge DeAndre Moore, Jack Indries game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like both of those guys being just a focal point in this offense by getting open in the middle of the field. DeAndre Moore, he don't care about getting hit. I'm sure if he didn't have that concussion, he would have been right back on that field if it was his decision, but they were cautious, had a concussion. They did the right thing to keep him out, but he ain't going to avoid no contact. And Jack Indries, we saw that hit that he took down the sideline against Ohio State, probably Arch's best throw of the year. He's not afraid of contact either. So those guys, hey, man, Arch, you got to make that throw, baby. It's going to be there. And Arch showed that against Sam Houston a little bit. Again, Sam Houston, but he's capable of making that play. Like you said, it's just about that anticipation, throwing it into those open windows, that they're going to be there. Like, I think this offensive line, especially with how well they've done pass protection and how bad Florida is at pressuring the football on the quarterback, this offensive line, they should give Arch more than enough time to make those throws. The run game, that's where I'm concerned with this offensive line and getting something happening with the way the weather might be tomorrow. But I think Arch, if the game is simplified for him and he's not trying to make that big play and not trying to just throw it up the field to whoever just because, he feels that pressure on his back, I think he'll be fine. He's going to make some bad throws. He's going to make a mistake. He's human. It is what it is. They're going to have a 3 and out. They're going to have a possession where it looks like things are going good and there's going to be a penalty. Can they get over those adversity moments where the swamp is just going to be nuts tomorrow and calm everything down and get back to complimentary, clean football? I think they can do that. But again, Chip, like I've been saying all week, those are the things that made me nervous because they've been very inconsistent with these first 4 games of the year.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and you look at Florida from a penalty standpoint, Florida has been pretty clean. I mean, they're only averaging 5.25 yards per game in penalty yardage. Texas is averaging 78. I mean, that's something to watch too, because if Texas is averaging 8.5 penalties per game and Florida's averaging just over 5 penalties per game. The penalty yards per game, Florida's a little cleaner than Texas. Texas is one of the worst in the country. They cannot beat themselves tomorrow. That cannot happen because, if this is another 8 penalty game, especially if it's a bunch of penalties on the offense, that's another way that Florida can, hang around in this game. So, you're coming off a bye week. You should be clean.
Yeah.
You should be, and sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. Sometimes guys can get a little sluggish and, they've had time to let their minds wander. Are they totally locked in? Because, this is a trap game. This is a trap game, even though it's your SEC opener with OU sitting out there and Florida looking bad, 1-3, and all the talks about their coach. Is he going to get fired if they lose? It's easy for players to be like, okay, we're good, and go in there thinking, my teammates will get this one. I don't have to be totally locked in. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm there with you, Joe. Like, how can they take care of that in 2 weeks? Like, just like that, with all the inexperience that they have on the offensive line. And then when you have experienced guys like DJ Campbell, that doesn't help me feel better at all. That's probably what scares me the most. He's supposed to be the most disciplined out of everybody. He's been through the grind. He was there when Texas was playing against Alabama, getting meaningful reps in Tuscaloosa, Big 12 championships, Washington, playing against Ohio State, playing against Georgia. So, again, he's human. You're going to have a penalty every once in a while. Jonathan Ogden had a penalty every once in a while. But still, things like that, shit like that, got to get over it, man. Because it seems like when that happens, the whole team just kind of, oh, shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, Sark talked about it before the year. Like, standout players, they have to get out of their heads when a bad play happens and having the next play be affected because you're still thinking about the last one. They do that a lot. So how could Travian Wisner and DeAndre Moore, leaders like that, help with those things? So that's a very comforting thing if you're a Texas fan, knowing that you're going to have those type of leaders on the field available to help. Okay, everybody, woosah, take a deep breath, look around. This is a beautiful atmosphere, ain't it? Take it in. You don't get many opportunities like this. Let's do what we've been doing all our lives. Let's go dominate. That mindset, cool. I'm with it. I really do think not having Travian Wisner, at times not having DeAndre Moore because of that concussion injury, now not having CJ Baxter, that's been a big part of this team and their discipline issue, because you need those leaders on the field with all that experience. The guys that have been playing don't have that. They got the talent, but they still need to pick it up when it comes to just being smart football players. And when you have those leaders like Moore and Wisner on the field, I think it's going to negate a little bit of those mistakes that we've been seeing thus far this season.
Paxton asks, Chip, are you expecting Emmett Mosley, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, to play? Yes. I think we're going to get our first Emmett Mosley sighting in the swamp. And I am eager to see number 3 on the field in his icy whites, hopefully doing what he does, which is being physical and making tough catches and being a dog. Because I'll tell you what, the film I watched of Emmett Mosley last year at Stanford, that dude's a dog. I mean, he was making tough catches over the middle where he's getting popped. Then he's, making toe tap catches that were on Sports Center down the field and blocking. That's, man, when you see a wide receiver or a tight end out there, clearing the way for a running back or a short passing play to break that's when that momentum and that groove starts to happen. You know, I'm really excited to see Emmett Mosley, and it may be 10 to 20 snaps. I don't know how many snaps they'll play in this game. The average is right around 60, 65. But and look, Sarkisian, he's loyal to the guys who've been on the field. That's why I'm interested to see what they do with Wisner, because Wisner has not been playing. So typically when a guy comes back from injury, he might not start him, but he's going to reward the guys who've been out there doing it, and then he'll bring in Wisner. I'm very interested to see what that looks like, because Wisner's a guy everybody respects. Could Sark just plug him back in? He's certainly earned it, but Sark tends to reward the guys who've been out there doing it, and then he brings in the guy who's coming back from injury. So yeah, that's big. And we haven't even seen Quintravian Wisner be a big part of the passing game. Remember, this is a guy who had 40 plus catches last year. He was the third leading receiver on the football team last year. He has one pass reception for 5 yards from the Ohio State game. CJ Baxter got all the pass receptions in that game, caught all 5 of his targets. So, Wisner's a guy who can, be a great security blanket for Arch Manning. And Arch does not need to get seduced by trying to throw it downfield in this game.
No.
If it's raining, if it's windy, take the check down. Be check down, Charlie. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
It's fun. You move the chains. You're rolling. You get everybody involved. Oh, Emmett Mosley, here's a 7-yard pass. Oh, here's a check down, Christian Clark. Jack Andrews, here's a 5-yard catch. Everybody gets involved. Everybody's touching the ball. We're feeling good about each other. You know what I'm saying? The explosive plays will come. The explosive plays will come. Be patient. These generations, they don't got patience no more, Chip. What's going on? Such a microwave.
Patience generation.
That's some patience. You know what I'm saying? And we want everything so fast. Give me an 80-yard play. That's beautiful. Okay. Give me a 12-play, 8 minutes, just 90 yards down the field, just rough, tough. My offensive line needs oxygen at the end of the drive type of drive. That's what I need. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, preach.
It's the heart and soul out of a defense.
Oh, yeah.
That's tough, man.
Yeah.
This team, I don't know if they got that in them. That scares me. Like,
yeah.
You know how beautiful it was when Sark 2023 Tuscaloosa, that last drive, holding the ball for 7 minutes.
Oh.
Giving it to Jonathan Brooks, letting him do his thing. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? That was the moment that I said this team could play for a national championship. And that team should have won the national championship.
I mean, if Jonathan Brooks stays healthy, they would have won it.
Yeah, if Jonathan Brooks stays healthy, for sure. I mean,
and if we get Terrence Brooks off the field.
What was that look?
Terrence Brooks, the only player not celebrated when Texas got involved being in the college football playoff.
Zay spotted that. He spotted that a mile away.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I knew
man.
Michael Penix Jr. was going to have a field day after that.
Yeah.
But yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like that drive, that was special, man. Do you have that? That team had some dogs, man. That team, JT Sanders, Adonai Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, Kelvin Banks, Jake Majors, Christian Jones. That team had some dogs. So this team, I think they got dogs too, but right now they a little puppy.
And that's the other thing, Zay, is come on, where's the leadership from the and I'm going to put it on the interior of the offensive line. You know, Cole Hudson coming back from turf toe. Whether it's him or Connor Robertson, DJ Campbell. Like you said earlier, DJ Campbell cannot be the one committing penalties. He's the guy. He's the veteran. He's the guy who's supposed to be able to get into everyone else's faces and say, hey, you know the snap count, trust it. What are we doing? Because that pre-snap penalty stuff and the holding, and you're going to get a holding call here and there, but the pre-snap stuff, that's got to go. That stuff's got to go. That's got to be long gone. And it wasn't. Even against Sam Houston, for God's sake. So, and I get it. Connor Robertson making his first start. He had a couple of snap infraction penalties, but you know, this offensive line has got to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. Because you got a first time, you know, you got a quarterback making his 6th start. Okay. 7th start. Help him out. You know, do it for him.
Yeah. Good news that Cole Hudson's not on the injury reports. So expect him to play and be completely fine. I mean, turf toe, that's a thing that can linger. So I don't like that for the long haul. This is the only first SEC game of the year. So dealing with turf toe for the next 8 games against those types of tackles that he's going to have to face. That doesn't make me feel great, but hey, man, everybody's hurting football. It is what it is. Get out there and lay some wood, man. But yeah, offensive line, they got. You talk about Arch having a lot to prove. This offensive line has a ton to prove, man.
Yeah, But getting all your dogs out there together, and you know Wisner, Emmett Mosley, those are the guys who are going to lead you into battle. Those are the dudes who've shown on film in games against real competition. I mean, don't forget, Emmett Mosley's best game last year was in an upset of a ranked Louisville team where he just went off. So this is a guy who rises to the occasion. I can't wait to see it, because the stuff I was hearing out of summer workouts and you know, early in training camp were, this guy's going to help. This guy's, he's got juice. He's got confidence. You can tell he's done it. He's not out there wondering. Like, he knows how to do it. So they need him on the field, and they need him to stay on the field. And everyone else can fight for the scraps, because Emmett Mosley.
Well, I mean, you just mentioned Sark likes to reward the guys that have been available. So what does that mean for Emmett Mosley's reps?
Right.
What does that mean for Parker Livingston, DeAndre Moore, Ryan Wingo? Like, all those guys, you know, they've been the 3 dogs thus far. So
and Wingo's feeling it. So, you know, you want to build on that. You want to get him involved early. You want to get him going, but you also want to get Emmett Mosley a little something.
A little something.
You know, a little something, you know, for the effort. Because that's a dude who can help the running game, you know? He can help get some things done for the running backs, for Arch Manning.
Yeah, Sark, switch it up. Throw some 10 personnel out there, Sark. You know what I'm saying? Ron Roberts wouldn't see that coming. A little 10 personnel.
I mean, look at this. Emmett Mosley, he played 500 snaps last year. Like, this is a dude who was, he never came off the field. And, you know, as a blocker, he's higher rated as a blocker than from last year than any of the guys this year. So, all right, let's bring in our man, the general.
Mad Dog too, looking clean.
Man, he's looking clean.
I can't dress up for you guys every once in a while.
Wow, we appreciate it, John McClain.
Yeah, I want to look nice for you.
Now,
say it's my alter ego, the suave and debonair Brad Pitt look alike, but I don't think anybody would believe it. The reason I'm dressed up, as soon as I'm done with you guys, I'm going to College Station. Gary Kubiak is being honored as an alumnus of the year, Texas A&M, and he invited me, and I'm going with some friends for a big night at College Station at Reed Arena, which I've never been in. Last arena I went to at A&M was G. Riley White.
Oh, yeah.
Back when I was working in Waco. And so I'm eager to see it. And I always like going to A&M campus because I never go when Baylor's playing, which means I can't drive home in a bad mood.
Now, can we tilt your camera just a little bit? Because we're not seeing all of you behind your name tag.
What if I'm not wearing pants?
Well,
yeah, we try to see that.
So
okay, there's perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
You want me to stand up and see if I'm wearing pants?
No.
It'd be a better view.
We want to see that. We wanted to see the knot of your tie and all that good stuff. John, let's get an update on the Texans because you called it. You said they would handle business, and boy, did they. They shut them out.
Yeah, but let me tell you, the Titans are the worst team in the league. Their defense is okay, but their offense is just terrible. I feel sorry for Cam Ward. Brian Callahan can be fired any week, I think. I thought he'd be fired after that game because Amy Adams-Strunk doesn't like to lose to the Texans, but she doesn't like to get shut out either. First time Titans been shut out since 19. First Texans shut out since 2010. And Ward just doesn't have any playmakers around him. They need to devote the whole off season with their new coach at getting weapons to put around Cam Ward. Defense is still pretty good. If they had a kicker who could kick field goals, Joey Slides, nicknames Mr. Wide Right, because he missed a 41 and a 43 wide right, it would have been 6-6 in the fourth quarter. Then the Texans blew it open with one impressive offensive quarter this season against the worst team in the league. And now they have a chance to win where they've never won, considering half the team is out with the Ravens, including quarterback Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, Cooper Rush at quarterback for the Ravens.
Cooper Rush he threw 355 yards last year against the Texans in primetime at Arlington. Texans won 34-10. He had one touchdown, one interception, but he knows the Texans defense and they know him really well. The key to this offense for Baltimore, and it's Baltimore defense that's let them down because so many starters are out, but the key for them is Derrick Henry. They're not running Derrick Henry on first and second down. When they do run him, they're averaging 4.6 yards a carry. So knowing how much Derrick Henry has torched the Texans through the years, I expect him to touch the ball 25 to 30 times. And if I were the Ravens, I would have Cooper Rush fake the handoff to Derrick Henry on the first play and throw deep to somebody, because you know the Texans are going to be all about trying to stop a running back who has just tormented them through the years.
John, the Texans are only a 2.5 point. Are they a 2.5 point favorite?
Yeah, how could the Texans be favored in Baltimore? Like I said, their offense is still terrible. Their defense has given up 51 points. The first three teams they played are 3-1, and the defense has given up an NFL low 51 points. It's the first time since 1940 a team has given up that few points and had a losing record after 4 games. Now, what they need to do, C.J. Stroud had a good fourth quarter. He threw for more than one touchdown pass. He'd done it for 8 games in a row. That streak is broken. Their offense had not scored more than 2 touchdowns in a game since that primetime game against Cooper Rush and the Cowboys. And, the fact is, if they do win up there for the first time ever, they're 0-5 against Lamar Jackson. Closest they've come is 25-9. But if they do win, of course it'll be tainted, but they don't care. Then they go to their bye week and they come off with 3 games in a row. For a game at Seattle on Monday night, they should lose that. And then they got a chance at home to win 3 in a row. So this was a big game. They do not want to start 1-5 after that Seattle road game. That's why they need to beat the Ravens.
Yeah, John, C.J. Stroud was quoted this week saying that I feel like I'm getting old. I'm not as quick as I used to be. The dude's only 23 years old, and I guess he's been watching this high school highlights, reminiscing on his speed and quickness a little bit. But do you think he needs to use his legs more, or was he just joking when he made that comment?
Now, he's used his legs. What they've told him is, they don't have designed running plays except quarterback sneaks, and he was 3 of 3 on quarterback sneaks against the Titans, all 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1. But if an open field is there, don't wait trying to find receivers down the field. Take off and slide. Be smart. He's a smart player, and when your offense is as bad as theirs has been, with a new play caller and new starters at every position on the line, it's going to take time. And one of the most positive things, according to Next Gen Stats, the Texans' pressure rate has gone down each week. That is a very, very good sign. Now they may have found a running back, Woody Marks, rookie 4th-round pick from USC, who had a touchdown rushing and a touchdown receiving and looked really good. And I think you'll see a lot of Woody Marks. All the fantasy players were getting on their phones quickly trying to find out about Woody Marks. So they need to run the ball, of course, to take some pressure off Stroud. But I think he needs to run because I've seen him pass up some 5 to 10 yard gains to try to make a 14 or 15 yard pass.
All right. So what are you predicting for Texans Ravens?
Oh, well, I picked the Texans 17 and the Ravens 20.
Wow. So
I was asked on a Baltimore station today what it would take for the Texans to win. And I said, well, in that case, I'd pick it 19-16 because it'd be a field goal game. I predicted a field goal game last week where the Texans win 19-17. And at one point, there had been 5 field goals kicked, and then the Texans scored in the 4th quarter to screw up my prediction. But even though the Titans' defense has improved, and even though the Ravens are playing, looks like without Kyle Hamilton, without Roquan, I forgot Roquan's last name. Smith. What is it?
Roquan Smith.
Yeah, and Matabike is out for the year, I think, from A&M, and he's a really good player. And I think Marlon Humphrey's out, so they got a lot of injuries to key players. Going to be playing a lot of rookies, but they play hard. The defensive coordinator Zach Orr, he's going to be a head coach. His stats are terrible this year in this circumstance because of injuries, but that guy's going to be a head coach. And he said yesterday when they said, well, how do you get more turnovers? He said, you got to hit harder, and that's what we're going to do. So I expect a hard-hitting game. And the Ravens, who a lot of people picked to go to the Super Bowl, and I still think will win that division when Lamar Jackson comes back and they get some of those injured players. But this is, to me, a must-win game for the Texans. And if they don't, then we can start looking at high players who are going to be picked in the middle of the first round, especially offensive tackles.
John, your thoughts on last night's game? Texas rookie Alfred Collins with the play of the game with just punching the ball out on Kyron Williams. And speaking of former Longhorns, Kyle Shanahan, the hell of a job that he's done with all the injuries. Brock Purdy, Nick Bosa, they're winning with Mac Jones. And right now it seems like they're just on the top of a really tough division. Your thoughts on them and also the Rams losing?
Fact is, they got a quarterback controversy, and of course they'll never say it. Mac Jones has been better than Brock Purdy. I saw some very interesting stats that that they have to run, say, 80 or 90 yards for Purdy to have a chance to win. Well, it doesn't matter so far with Mac Jones how much they rush for. And he earned a lot of respect last night because he got beat up big time and he came back in. Now, I think the Rams should have won that game. To me, if you're running a 4th and 1, passing up a tying field goal, I was hoping they'd have another tie, 2 ties in 6 days, and maybe we get that rule changed. But you don't run it right up the middle into the strength of their defense. So Williams was stopped. Earlier, Williams had fumbled. The Rams just blew that game. And afterwards, Sean McVay said it was a bad play call, and it was. And I was happy for Mac Jones because Shanahan liked him a lot. You know, Shanahan's buddy, another Longhorn, Chris Sims, said before that draft, in his mock drafts, he kept having Mac Jones to the 49ers. So I put, okay, they're best friends. And Mac Jones, then all of a sudden they trade up and they get Trey Lance. They give up 3 ones, get 1 back, and he's a terrible, terrible bust. And then they get lucky with Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant. So I'm thinking they got a quarterback controversy. Can't wait to see how it works out.
They just paid him.
They did. Jones is saying all the right things. I'm a backup. That's why I'm here. But Purdy better win when he comes back.
I loved Mac Jones. We had a former NFL assistant coach say that, you know, Jones he was a innocent bystander in the New England, you know, move of Matt Patricia to offensive coordinator, and that he would be a great backup quarterback for the Cowboys. And now, of course, he's in San Francisco, and so now it looks like they've got answers at the quarterback position. John, you know, the New York Giants, they have this wild, you know, win with Jackson Dart, and now they're going to New Orleans, and New Orleans is a 1.5-point favorite. You think the Giants come crashing back to earth after their you know, celebration moment?
That's great for them. I was happy for Jackson Dart, happy for Brian Dable, especially Joe Schoen, GM, who let Saquon Barkley get away. Now he's let Daniel Jones get away, and he's playing great for the Colts. But I think that they're going to end up making big changes after the season. I don't see Dart with that offensive line, as bad as it is, being as successful as some of those rookies were last year that had better offensive lines, who had better weapons around him. Malik, he's gone, and he's their best player, torn ACL, so I don't think so. Back to Mac Jones, it's interesting what you need to do. Somebody said Anthony Richardson needs to do whatever he can to go back, to go try to play for Sean McVay and learn, start at the bottom and learn about how these quarterbacks bounce around. Baker Mayfield being the most prominent example right now, until they find a home, until they find a system, coaches. And Baker's had different coach every year since he's been in Tampa, but it's almost like it's his offense and he's coaching them. But that's his home. He's comfortable. And maybe that's what's happened with Mac Jones. 49ers are lucky. They're smart. They signed him to a 2-year contract. So if he never plays again, this looks really good on his resume, but there's nothing he can do about it next season because he is there.
John, are the Eagles a fraud to you? That's what I've been hearing around national media. This 4-0 start, it's false, it's fake. They're not as good as what their record says. But I think otherwise. I think they're still the Super Bowl champs, even though they're not that same defensive team as last year. They're still finding ways to get it done.
I agree with you, Zay. They lost some free agents, and they couldn't pay them. You know, you can't pay everybody. And you go back and look what they've done. Jalen Hurts has won a lot of games. They've lost like one of the last 20 or whatever it is. A.J. Brown's got a problem with him, and that's festering. Brown ought to be happy with a Super Bowl ring and a chance to win another one, but he's not. And I think until somebody knocks them off, they should be number one in the league. I think Buffalo ought to be number two. But right now, I don't buy that they're a fraud. They're unbeaten. How can you be a fraud when you're unbeaten? People said that about the Chiefs last year when they were winning those close games on freakish plays, and then they went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Well, the Broncos are in Philadelphia. The Eagles are a 3.5-point favorite. What do you think happens in that one, John?
Broncos are leading the league in sacks again. The defense is not as dominant as it was last year. Bo Nix got off to a slow start. Now he's playing better. I'm not picking the Broncos to go to Philly and win. They couldn't even win in Indy. And so I'm picking the Eagles to win this game. Some point the Eagles are going to blow a game. But I think it might be more likely to be a team that they don't get real fired up about. And I think with Sean Payton and the Broncos, and maybe it won't be this one, but I can't see them losing at home. You know, they're going to lose sometime on the road. But this is a good team that's solid. It's got a good general manager, a good head coach, assistant coaches, and they're not skipping a beat.
John, I'm a Bengals fan now because I spent time in Cincinnati this past weekend. Chip's Lions are going down to Cincinnati. That was an awful game this past Monday night against the Broncos. Jake Browning, I know he's no Joe Burrow, but for some reason they believe in him. How long are they going to keep this up? Are they going to go after somebody that might be a little more seasoned, especially with how talented that offense and the skill players are?
Let's be honest. The Bengals are terrible. Now, Browning had a winning record before this season in replacing Joe Burrow, who gets hurt way too much. And I don't know, maybe they trade for Kirk Cousins. That division is not as great as we thought it was going to be. Pittsburgh's leading. You know, the Bengals are down. The Ravens are down. If you're going to do something like that, maybe it's the time to do it. But Browning started a lot of games for him, but he didn't play worth a darn. And will they do something it would be costly. Nobody's going to give them a quarterback. You know, they need a guy like Mac Jones, but could they coach him like Kyle Shanahan? No. So they got big problems up there, and I feel bad for them after all that money they've spent to bring back those players and then lose Burrow. But nobody in the AFC North is going to be playing any violins for them.
John, the Las Vegas Raiders, it looked like the life went out of them losing to Chicago the way they did. Now they're going to Indy. What are the Raiders like? I love Max Crosby, but he can't do it all. What do you see happening in this one?
Well, they're the last place team in that division. They were supposed to be before the season, and it's what they are. It's so funny, Genty. They let him stand up straight like he did in college instead of bending his knees like they wanted him to do in the NFL. Somebody calls it the Michael Myers stance. I don't know where they come up with that. I don't watch Michael Myers movies, the comedian, yes, but not the killer. And if he feels better like that, I don't know why you'd try to change guys anyway. It's amazing sometimes how much people overcoach. But Geno Smith's not playing well. He needs to play better. That's why he brought him in there. But they're destined for last place in that division. Get him another high draft choice. And it's almost like they're wasting Max Crosby. But that's what they get for being in such a tough division. But they need to have a great offseason because their season, I think, is going to keep getting worse.
Your thoughts on Shedeur Sanders and the mime interview? I mean, little odd. I feel like he was trying to stick it to, Rex Ryan a little bit there and all the national media guys, but still a little odd, John, don't you think?
I've never seen that in my 49 years. And I've seen a lot of weird things. First of all, why are you interviewing a third-string quarterback? So what if Rex Ryan went off on him? And the Rex rant was interesting because he had information from inside the room, because one of these things he said was Get on the front row. Don't sit on the back row. Pay attention. Well, where would he hear that? Somebody in that room told him where Shedeur Sanders sits in meetings. And that's a little too inside. I'll bet you that Kevin Stefanski is livid trying to figure that out. And I'll tell you something else. Shedeur shouldn't be so sensitive about stuff like that. He just can't be. He can't react to things like that. And the thing about the pantomime, that's fine. He shouldn't do it anymore. At some point, Joe Flacco's terrible. He hadn't had a good game since he beat the Texans at the end of the 23 regular season. And then the Texans came back and waylaid him in the playoffs. He hadn't played worth a darn. Dylan Gabriel's going to play. Either he keeps the job and Shedeur is the backup. And if Gabriel gets hurt, Shedeur's going to come in. And if he has a stretch where he's a disappointment, Shedeur's going to get to play. And there'll be more attention paid to a third-string quarterback than any time in NFL history.
Yeah, and that game is over in Europe. This like the Vikings didn't even come home, did they? No,
they've stayed over there. I've talked to two friends that cover the Browns, and before all this, they told me how much they like Gabriel. He's experienced. He bounced around. He went to 3 schools. He looked great last year at Oregon, so it's not like he's a 20-year-old. And so he looked good in his second of 2 preseason appearances. So I saw Brian hard on rookie quarterbacks, so it'd be hard on him too.
What the Cowboys, the offense, Dak Prescott, even without CeeDee Lamb, looking good, but they get a tie in an unbelievable game at the Jets. John, you think the Cowboys, what happens in this one?
I think the Cowboys are going to win that game. People are like, oh, my God, Aaron Glenn could start 0-5. Joe Gibbs started 0-5. Jimmy Johnson was 1-15. Bill Walsh was 2-14. There's so many great coaches that started off terribly, and people are panicking. And but I think the Cowboys should win it. And I hate ties like everybody else. And I wish they'd change it back from 10 to 15 minutes. I think that what's going to have to happen, some team's going to have to get the ball, usually all the 10 minutes, and the other team doesn't get the ball. And if it's a high-profile team like the Cowboys, it has a better chance of getting changed in the offseason. It is an asinine rule. It's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. There was no reason to do it. They said the games were too long. So what? If you're in overtime, nobody cares that the game's long.
Yeah, it's thrilling.
Yeah. John, Bad Bunny performing at the Super Bowl. Bad Bunny, Puerto Rican star, legend, wrestler, entertainer, actor, and obviously pop singer star. Your thoughts on that and what went into making him the guy to be the halftime performer at the Super Bowl?
Well, of course, audience. And I think it's great. I like the guy as an actor. I've never heard I've heard his music online, but I've seen him in several movies. And he was great in Saturday Night Live skit they previewed about starting the new season on Saturday night. And I think he'll get more of those. It's too bad he can't have any concerts in the U.S. because he's worried about ICE coming, taking a lot of his fans away. But he's an entertainer. He's good at it. And he's got citizenship in Puerto Rico. And so I don't understand all these people that are acting like. I saw one nitwit say something about if you don't sing in English, you shouldn't be performing at halftime. And I'm like, geez. Nobody was complaining about Shakira.
Right?
Yeah.
I've watched her and J-Lo quite a bit.
Oh,
yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one. Yeah.
That's one of my all-time favorite halftime shows.
I'm right there with you, John. That was a classic.
John, what's going on with the?
Remember this, Chip. The hips don't lie.
The hips don't lie, baby. They do not lie, especially hers. What's going on with the Commanders? They are 2-2 and now they're going out to play Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers.
Chargers a favor. Jaden Daniels has been hurt. He wasn't playing well before he got hurt. And they're just not the team that they were at the end of the last season, which happens to a lot of teams that kind of come out of nowhere with a rookie quarterback because they see different game plans and they have to adjust. And if you're unable to adjust, excuse me, and you got a lot of injuries, that's a recipe for disaster.
John, your thoughts on Jackson Dart's debut? I mean, it wasn't crazy stats, but he gave that Giants team life. It seems like the whole roster loves the guy. Your thoughts on Jackson Dart with the Giants?
Good for him. They didn't have to throw the ball too much. He didn't have to bring him from behind. It worked out perfectly. And Chip asked me earlier if I think Jackson Dart's going to save Brian Dable's job. That's not going to happen. I think Malik Neighbors being out, that is a terrible loss for them. But Dart did look good. Now he's got to take it. He's got to do it again. And at some point, he's going to have to throw a lot of passes, and he's going to have to bring them from behind.
The Carolina Panthers, John, I mean, do you see them getting any better? They got the Dolphins. And some would say the Dolphins are in contention for worst team in the NFL.
No, there's no comparison to the Dolphins and the Titans. I haven't seen the Saints. I know they're bad too, but I watched the Dolphins the other night, and they're so much better. They got so much more talent on offense than the Titans do. I think they should win that game. And they're going to have a lot of patience, according to sources on owner Stephen Ross, for Mike McDaniel, who took him to the playoffs in his first 2 years. Now they've lost Tyreek Hill. It's a good time for Jalen Waddle to step up and play like a number one pick, taking as high as he was, is playing. And sometimes, one player, unless it's a quarterback, doesn't cost you the playoffs, just like one player doesn't get you to the Super Bowl unless it's a quarterback. But I think the Dolphins will start to win some games because there's a lot of bad teams around. And the AFC North, you got Buffalo, and then you got what?
You think Tyreek Hill, I mean, he's getting a little older. You think he comes back from that injury?
Oh, I saw a great thing on the internet with AI. I remember seeing this. There were a bunch of nurses in a hospital lined up, and they were all pregnant, all wearing blue. I'm sorry, it might have been patients. And there was like 20 of them. And somebody said the nurses after Tyreek Hill got to the hospital, and it was just so funny. He's supposed to make $36 million. He's gone next year. And he's not making big plays. Remember, when the season started, he hadn't had a 30-yard gain since last year. Whether that was Tua Tagovailoa or him, but he's out of there. They're not bringing him back for $36 million.
Yeah, I saw that AI video too, John.
Wasn't that something?
Hysterical.
Those things are great as long as there's somebody else and not you.
Facts. Absolutely facts. Maybe the game of the week, John. Tampa Bay and Seattle, 2 3-1 teams. Baker, Sam Darnold. Those guys go back to their Carolina days. Those guys are tight and really close with their NFL friendship and whatnot. How do you think this game's going to play out?
Boy, I tell you what, the Bucs got some tough injuries. Bucky Irvin, the running back's out. Mike Evans is out again. He's suffered a hamstring injury against the Texans and hasn't played since. But anytime Baker's got the ball, they got a chance to win. Had a chance to win the last one and go undefeated. But I can't remember if he threw a bad pass or if it was tipped, but it was intercepted in the end zone. And, boy, every game they play comes to the end, and you can't be faint of heart and be a Buccaneers fan. Where Seattle, Mike McDonald did a great job last year with the defense. Seahawks were 10-7, did not make the playoffs, and they traded out Geno Smith for Sam Darnold, and Darnold's playing for them the way he played for the Vikings last year in regular season. So I'm going with I'm not picking against Baker Mayfield. I just can't do it. Not after the way I saw him lead the Bucs to a victory over the Texans with 6 seconds left.
So, John, how much are you buying the Colts? Are you buying them as the division winner in a playoff team?
I haven't seen them in person because they haven't played the Texans, but I've seen the Jaguars. Jaguars did everything they could to lose to the Texans, and then the Texans had 2 turnovers in the fourth quarter in the red zone. So I haven't seen them, but Daniel Jones kind of looked like the old Daniel Jones in their loss Sunday, but they've got 2 of the next 3 at home, very favorable for them. And I don't see Jacksonville winning this. Right now, I don't think the Texans are good enough offensively to win the division. They're going to have to show big-time improvement against that first-place schedule. And you have to win games you're supposed to win, like the Texans are supposed to win in Baltimore. You can't lose that one under these circumstances. And I think the Colts are the team to beat in the AFC North. They showed it early, and they continue to show it. AFC South.
Last one for me, John. The Chiefs going to Jacksonville, Monday Night Football. Xavier Worthy coming back makes that offense look a lot more dangerous. Your thoughts on Kansas City and this matchup against Jacksonville?
Zay, just for the reasons I talked about the Jaguars, I'm going with the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes coming off his best game since 2023. Chiefs looked really good, getting some speed back. So I think they're going to Jacksonville, which is not a real hard place to play because of the fans. And I think the Chiefs are going to win it, get back on track, and then everybody's going to have to beware of the Chiefs.
All right, John, last one from me. Baylor Bears hammered Mike Gundy. Now they get Kansas State at home at that's a noon game. Your thoughts on your Baylor Bears?
Under Dave Aranda, Baylor's been terrible in important games at home. And K-State's not a dominant team. It's not a great team. They struggled like Baylor. They need to win. This needs to be a game where Baylor's defense looks good. Baylor's defense is awful. Sawyer Robertson leads the country in touchdown passes, yards. He's playing great. Their running back, Bryson Washington, is number 2 in rushing, but he's been banged up. But they need to win a game. They lose a close one to Arizona State by 3. They get beaten that first one by Auburn because they acted like they've never seen a quarterback run the ball. Aranda's supposed to be a defensive specialist. Prove it. This would be the time to do it.
Well, we had Drew Fabianich, the executive director of the Senior Bowl, on yesterday, and he was talking about Sawyer Robertson, saying that this guy is the quarterback more people should be talking about. 17 touchdown passes, 3 interceptions. Looking good. All right, we know you got to go. And, John, we always appreciate the conversation. Safe travels to College Station.
Guys, thank you very much. As always, I look forward to talking to you next week.
All right, there he is, the general, John McClain. He's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame for his coverage of the NFL. He's headed to College Station for a ceremony honoring Gary Kubiak, the former Aggie quarterback, and of course, Super Bowl winning coach, and Super Bowl winning offensive coordinator. He was the OC of the Denver Broncos when Dan Neal was winning Super Bowls with the Denver Broncos in the 90s, Zay. Good stuff with
them offenses were for real. Terrell Davis,
Shannon Sharp, John Elway,
Shannon Sharp, Ed McCaffrey. That offense was so good.
Yeah. And then over on defense, you had John Lynch back there. Well, Steve Atwater.
Yeah, Steve Atwater. Lynch was a little later.
He was later.
By the way, you see the Aggies going with the All Blacks because Mississippi State's colors are too close to theirs, and they want to be different. The yell leaders, they're going to be wearing all black too. Everybody's getting involved.
Didn't A&M wear the blacks against Texas?
No, that was their OG Maroons.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
I was
But
gonna say,
no, I don't know when they wear their blacks, but it makes sense going against Mississippi State, especially since they're the same colors, basically. That'd be an ugly sight. So I appreciate their black jerseys. I respect it. Like, they could do that. They're not like Texas. They can't wear the same two uniforms because those two uniforms are so classic. They gotta be different. They have to stand out. And you know what else is janky? They made the end zone all black, but you could still see the old maroon Texas A&M logo there. Like, you could see it under the black. It's very janky. Like, Texas A&M, y'all know better than that, but Reveille just passed away, so I feel like I have a heart here. So I'm not going to hate on A&M too much. RIP, the last Reveille who passed away. Love her. Hope she's in doggy heaven, having a blast. You know what I'm saying? Because you know me, I love me some dogs, Chip. So, Reveille, even though she's still the ops, she's the enemy, still respect Reveille, man. Beautiful dog, old Lassie.
Oh, Lassie, she died Saturday. Saturday. First lady of Aggie Land. She's a respected bitch right there. You know what I'm saying?
What's wrong with you?
What?
Respected bitch.
That's what we call a female dog, right?
Yeah, you're right, but damn.
I mean, Reveille 9, God bless her.
Yeah, Reveille 10, I don't know. Reveille 10, she ready for this?
Yeah.
A lot of pressure.
You 10. They used to have a cemetery with a tunnel that you could see into the stadium so all the Reveilles could see the scoreboard. And then they messed that all up when they
Reveille 9, when she saw Texas go in the Kyle Field and get that dub, Reveille 9 was like, I don't know if I can take one more game like this. I might as well just peace out. Reveille 10, life could be rough for you because Reveille 9 didn't see many Texas versus Texas A&M matchups. Reveille 10's gonna see a lot. I feel like Reveille 8 saw a few too. Reveille 9 didn't see many. A&M in the SEC, Texas in the Big 12. Reveille 9 saw that ass whooping that at Kyle Field last year and was like, yeah, I don't know. Was it worth it? She already old. Is it worth it?
Right.
So, Reveille 10, that's all Mike Elko. Blame Jimbo for that. Blame Jimbo. Reveille 9.
Yeah.
Reveille 9 owners.
Yeah, she aged. She aged in dog years after that loss.
After that loss, it's just
all right. Let's get into a couple other college games this weekend. Miami is at Florida State. Miami's getting talk like they're the best team in the country.
Ruben Bain, number 1 pick.
Yeah, man.
Everything edge rusher. Okay.
Talk about good. Yeah, he's living up to the hype. Not a great slate of games, but Mississippi State at A&M is one of the games worth paying attention to. A&M's been an interesting team because they put a lot of points up on Notre Dame, and then they, woulda, coulda, shoulda lost to Auburn. But they won. So A&M, now they get Mississippi State, who's been able to move the football. Blake Shapen to Brennan Thompson. What do you think of this game? You think Jeff Levy's Bulldogs can make this thing interesting, or does A&M use the blackout to punch out Mississippi State.
Yeah, I think this is a trap game for A&M. I really do. I think the line is insanely high, and 15 and a half, that's a lot. They might win, but I'm definitely taking Mississippi State to cover. But yeah, Auburn, their defense is good. I think Mississippi State could give those guys a game. Like what they did against Tennessee, what they did against Arizona State. Like Arizona State beat a really good TCU team last week. So Mississippi State, they ain't no scrub. Like Jeff Lebby, they're playing hard as hell for him in year 2. And when Texas has to go to Starkville, that's going to be another trap game for them. So, yeah, Aggies, be careful. That's all I'm saying. Now, Concepcion and Craver, Le'Veon Moss is starting to get his feet under him. And, you know what I'm saying? They got threats. They got talent over there. And Marcel Reed, he's still doing his thing. But, yeah, last week was alarming, even though Auburn's defense is that good. So if they have another episode like that and Mississippi State feels confident, because Blake Shapen ain't no punk. Blake Shapen, man, he put his head down. He throwing in the tight windows. He playing with a lot of confidence and swagger for the Cowbells. So, yeah, I expect this to go down to the wire.
Yeah, 16 and a half.
High.
Kidding me?
That's high.
That's a lot.
It's high.
All right, it sounds like you're ready to make some picks. So let's get a couple mentions here and let's get down to it.
I got some things for the right call before the picks, though. So,
Okay. We'll come back with the right call, and then we'll get into all of our, picks, predictions.
We'll go 0 for 6 again, man. What are we doing?
Yeah, you're due. You're due for a good week.
Exactly.
You're due for a good week. And you know what would be a good move for my guys who are snoring? Going to the Sleep Cycle Center and using our incredible partnership with Texas Sports Unfiltered to make sure that you, if you have sleep apnea, that you find out what level of sleep apnea you have. And all you have to do is go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. Look, we talk all the time about guys needing to get their checkups, get your physical. If you're in Austin, go to the heart hospital, get your heart scan, get the colonoscopy. And if you're snoring, it's more than just annoying to the person sleeping next to you. It could be the sign of a serious health issue. And Dr. Chad Denman, who's dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father at the age of 60, has the best technology to detect sleep apnea, the level, and the best treatment options. So take advantage of this, guys. Do it for the person sleeping next to you, but do it for yourself too. Don't get caught slipping here. Just go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. It's that simple. Hey, ready for the weekend? How about cover 3? Cover 3 Anderson, cover 3 Round Rock. We got brunch on the weekends, baby. 11 a.m. You can sit down, settle in, get that breakfast quesadilla that I love so much. The muffin tops, not the whole muffin, just the top, the best part. The do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar. You like shrimp in your Bloody Mary, bacon. They got it all for you. Cover 3 Anderson, cover 3 Round Rock. Of course, happy hour every day. Happy hour 3:30 to close on Mondays. So Monday Night Football, get the fellas, get your friends together. We got a lot of women who love to watch ball over at cover 3. So, do what you do. Hey, and audiovisual consultations, our man Tom McKay, great supporter of Texas Sports Unfiltered. We appreciate him so much. But he also is looking out for you because he's going to bring you the best price on big screens. So when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, you just call 255-8678 and let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. So simple. avconsultations.com, 255-8678. All right, Zay. Let's get to the right call, my man.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Before that, though, shout out to Covert BK, family owned and operated. Been doing it well for over 100 years. And if you do something well for 100 years, you gotta be good. And our friends at Covert BK are. And I can speak for it because I'm a Covert BK customer. Wifey and I, Buick Encore GX. Can't wait to take it down the Red River next weekend. Tech Sports. We will be in Dallas for all the festivities. And hey, gotta look clean. Covert BK vehicle, Buick Encore GX, and they got plenty more than that. Other than Buick, they got GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. If you want to see all the latest specials and inventory, go to covertbk.com and check it out there. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. So basketball, NBA media, all that stuff. NBA is getting started. Preseason games are happening in different countries and stuff. Like it's getting started. And all these rookies, they're trying to get acclimated to the game. You know how that goes. Well, number 1 overall pick and new Dallas Maverick, Cooper Flagg, he had a video drop yesterday that made me feel so freaking old. I don't know if it's one of those where, damn, I feel old, but Cooper Flagg, he needs to do better knowing his history because he was given a pack of cards from 2006, and he had to go through the cards to see if he could recognize any of the players from 2006, which he probably wasn't even born in 2006. But still, you're in the NBA, bro. I'm sure you watch basketball. YouTube's been out for a minute. Do your history. Look how bad this dude did.
What year were you born, Coop?
06.
06. We have a pack here from your birth year.
Oh, okay.
Let's see how many people you can recognize.
Oh, no chance. All right. Let us see. Okay. Not good to start. Hedo Turkaloo. Yeah, no, don't know him. Okay, Juwan Howard. We know Coach Howard. Michael Finley.
Boom.
Okay, we know Michael. We know Coach Finn.
Mavs legend too.
Yes, Mavs legend. Eric Snow. I don't know Eric Snow.
Sixer guy.
I don't even want to try and say this guy's name.
Zydrunas Ilgauskas. Big Z. Played with Braun.
Okay. Rasal Butler. I feel like I've heard the name.
Yep.
So yeah, however you say it. Antoine Walker. I know Antoine Walker. Antoine Wright.
Okay.
Then Rashad McCants.
Sick.
Also don't know.
What, man? Come on, man. Come on, bruh. Like that's if I'm Jason Kidd, head coach of the Mavs, we got to do a history lesson because you're embarrassing the team. You're embarrassing the franchise. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm born in 91. I could give you plethora amount of guys that came before me that were living it
His
up.
dad's a basketball coach.
I don't mean that the dude made the league.
What do you mean?
I don't mean nothing. Come on, I just need the history to be better. It's about respecting the game. You know what I mean? Like, you have to have a certain respect for it. If you don't know who Zydrunas Ilgauskas is, he played with LeBron James, bruh. Like, that's like he was LeBron's.
Yeah, but he played with LeBron when LeBron wanted out of Cleveland.
Yeah, but still, like I gotta see better from the youngster. That disappointed me a little bit. And this is the same guy. I've heard him in another interview say that like Larry Bird's one of the greatest of all time. And it's like, dude, okay, you're saying that because other people said that, which is fine. But if you're not knowing who guys like, Rashad McCants are, or Zydrunas Ilgauskas, like that.
Rashad McCants, he was like the main guy in the ghost classes, North Carolina scandal.
Exactly. He's a legend. He's a legend, man. He was taking those fictional ass classes with Roy Williams and stuff, and they just dustbusters swept it under the rug. So yeah, man. I'm gonna need my man Cooper Flagg. He gonna have to do better. All right. Also, before we get to the picks, our man Jaden Blue, we might see his debut this weekend. But Jaden Blue's also been tripping a little bit because apparently he had blisters on his feet because he was wearing Louis V cleats out there. And Coach Brian Schottenheimer was like, yeah, bruh, you're going to have to change that. Brian Schottenheimer said this about Jaden Blue's Louis V cleats. He went out there with some cool new cleats. You should go get a pair, but they give you blisters. And so about halfway through practice, I saw him laying there. I was like, what the hell happened to Blue? Oh, coach, I'm fine. I have blisters. I was like, oh, shocker. Look at those cool shoes you got. That's part of what you deal with what young players. And quickly he changed his cleats, and amazing, the blisters weren't as bad. So Jaden Blue, bro, stop hurting yourself, dude. Stop it. Stop. I know you want to look fly. I know you want to look clean. Look good, play good, get paid good, whatever the hell the saying is. I understand that, but that don't work for everybody. In a position that Jaden Blue is in, you want to wear generic brand cleats, whatever you have to do to get on the field, bruh. Whatever you have to do, because you got a lot of luggage. No pun intended with the Louis V cleats. You got a lot of luggage, Jaden Blue. So to get rid of all those narratives, you can't be having these moments, dog. But I hope he gets over those blisters. I hope he goes crazy this weekend because no CeeDee Lamb. The Cowboys could definitely use it. And we all know Jaden Blue, how explosive and dynamic he can be. Excited to see him in the uniform for the Cowboys, man.
Yeah, come on, Jaden Blue.
Come on.
I mean, wait till you get older and your feet are like mangled tree branches like mine. You only want to wear shoes that make your feet feel like, they're getting a massage inside the shoe.
Oh yeah, I'm done with that. Like I
wearing Hokas.
One of those guys, just because the shoe was fly, I might get a size, smaller because it's a cool shoe. Nope, not no more. I'm already married. I don't need to impress nobody. I'm good. Like
there you go.
You know what I'm saying?
Married. You don't have to impress nobody.
I gotta impress nobody. I ain't gotta impress the honeys no more.
I'm sure your wife loves hearing that. I'm sure the lovely Jessie loves hearing that.
Yeah, she knows. She accepts it. She knows. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see what you know about these picks. After my man Zay went 0-6 last week.
Damn.
He is hot to trot, baby. He's hot to trot to get those picks right. I'm gonna even let him go first.
Thanks.
We'll give you 3 college picks, 3 NFL picks, and the Texas pick if it's not one of the college picks.
Yeah.
All right, Zay, lead us off.
All right, man. You got me hooked on this Diego Pavia train, bro.
I feel like you and I are going to be making the same picks this week.
I mean, yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. Yeah, let's go. Like, Alabama, man. That second half, I did not like that second half. They got the dub, but that damn Pavia, crazier than a road lizard. I love it. Like 11.5 is high. That's really high. I get it. It's Vanderbilt, but just the way Vanderbilt could squeeze the life out of the game, with time of possession, I think that's going to have them cover. So let me get the Commodores covering against Bama.
Yeah, man, I gotta go with this too. I mean, I've been saying all week, Diego Pavia is the ultimate dog. He's got Johnny Manziel coming in, his idol. He's going to be on the sideline in Tuscaloosa. This is either going to go really well or really badly, because if Pavia and Johnny hang out tonight, all hell could break loose tomorrow. But
yeah,
look, Pavia is that kind of guy that is not going to let his team get blown out. He just fights you, and he's got that wrestler's neck. He's got that fire hydrant neck.
He's got that Zach Thomas neck.
Yeah, and he just wants to battle. So
Cam Scatterboo neck.
Yeah. So I'm agreeing with Zay.
Wow.
And I know you're going to say Mississippi State 16.5, right?
Well, yeah, I'm going to say Mississippi State 16.5. Them black uniforms don't scare nobody. Jeff Levy, yeah, he going to feel real comfortable. He going to feel right at home. Kyle Field don't scare nobody. Trap game, Aggies. Trap game, man. Yeah, they might get the dub, but yeah, 16.5, too high for me. Mississippi State, they going to lose in a one-possession ball game.
Let me see what yeah, man. God bless it. I'm going to have to go with this too. All right, I'm going to jump out ahead of you on this last one.
All right, go ahead.
Give me Texas Tech minus 11.5 at Houston. I think Texas Tech is figuring some stuff out. Their defense is really good. I don't know how Houston, Connor Wegman, Houston's not doing a great job of protecting him, and Texas Tech can get after the quarterback, man. David Bailey. Yeah. Give me Texas Tech minus 11.5.
All right. I like it. All right, here's my curveball pick of the week. Something about being embarrassed and losing the way that Florida State did, coming back at home, rival game, just like the old days where, Jimmy Johnson versus Bobby. I'm going to go Florida State plus the points, 4.5, man. I don't know if they're going to win, but I think that's going to be a grimy one. I like Miami. I think Miami's one of the top teams in the nation, but there's a lot of history in this game. So I'm going to go on history. I'm going to go on being embarrassed by Virginia and having those fools storm the field on you. And you were feeling good about yourself when you beat Alabama. We're going to see that team, Chip.
Okay.
That's the Florida State team that we're going to see. Mike Norvell and them. We're going to see that team, not the one that we saw against Virginia last Friday. Give me Florida State plus the points.
Okay. All right. All right. NFL picks. You going first or me?
Go ahead.
All right. Give me the Chargers minus 2.5. Chargers. They kind of, slipped and fell. This is a little bit of a dangerous pick for me. They're playing the Commanders, and we all know Jaden Daniels has ruined things for me more than once, but Chargers are the team I'm rolling with out of that division. So I think the Chargers get back on the right track. Minus 2.5 at home against the Commanders.
All right. I like it. Give me the Cowboys minus 1.5 against Aaron Glenn and those Jets, man. Man, my girl, Shay Holly, she going to be there. She was back in town, since it's at Dallas, right? Yeah, yeah.
It's in New York.
In New York, so never mind then. But Shay Holly was back in town visiting Vic Schaefer and the Texas women's basketball team. I think she had to let Garrett Wilson know, I got to go home for a little bit. All this losing is killing the vibe. You know what I'm saying? 0-4. Garrett, this isn't what I signed up for. You know what I'm saying? So she had to take her time, come down to the ATX, be around winning mentalities, Vic Schaefer and women's basketball team, and now she can go up and support Garrett when they lose to the Cowboys on Sunday.
Okay, I like that. I contemplated that. I gave that some serious thought. But now that you're taking it, I'm going to go away from that because, got to keep things spicy.
Yeah, spicy it up.
So give me Baker Mayfield. He burned me last week, but I'm getting 3.5 at Seattle. I think look, they may lose to the Seahawks, but I think it's by 3. So give me Tampa Bay plus 3.5 at Seattle.
All right. You know me, man. Baker, that's my fantasy quarterback. But didn't start him this week. Started Matthew Stafford, and I'm looking good right now. But I'm gonna go with Denver. I think Denver is gonna beat Philly. I think this is Philly's first loss of the year. The whole AJ Brown thing, toxic, distraction. Like AJ Brown, bro, what's wrong with you, fam? You're a win. You just got a Super Bowl. He's a weird guy. I remember after the Super Bowl chip, AJ Brown was talking about, oh yeah, like this is nice and all, but the rush, like I'm ready to get back to work. Like I don't even think they had their parade yet. He was like, afterwards, it's just kind of like, whatever. Like I love the grind. I love the process. And it's like, dude, shut the hell up, dog. Enjoy it. Enjoy winning the Super Bowl. Like you sound so ignorant right now. Enjoy it. Go read a different book. He needs a different book. He needs something a little deeper on the sideline where he opens it up and things are going wrong and stuff. Like he needs something deeper because right now it ain't clicking. He's a distraction. I think, those Broncos, Bo Nix, after beating the hell out of my Bengals, I think that they're going to turn it up on Philly. So, yeah, not only is Denver take the points, also they going to win that game.
So I'm torn for my last pick, but you know what? I am going to go with the Tennessee Titans.
Oh, man.
To cover the 7.5 at Arizona.
Wow.
I think the Titans are getting sick and tired of being sick and tired. I'm not saying they're going to win, but they might.
They might. All right. Last but not least for me, just because I'm petty, let me take the Bengals plus the points against your Lions.
I knew it. I was just waiting.
Let's go, man. Bounce back. Jake Browning, come on, bruh. It can't be this bad. It can't be this bad.
What is it, plus 9.5?
I got 10.
What?
See 10. Nah, I see 10. Where I'm looking at, I see 10.
Minus 10?
Yeah, 10.5. Put that up there.
Where are you looking?
4-letter network.
I'm looking at the same thing. It says Cincinnati plus 9.5.
No, you need to refresh that because that's not what it says on mine. Oh, it just changed. Damn.
Plus 9.5.
It just changed. I just refreshed it. No. Put that 10 back there. Put that 10 at 3 o'clock. That was 10.5. Come on.
All right, you got them at 9.5. All right, hey, Texas. Texas. It's time to get down. It's time to get down to business. And by the way, shout out to my Tigers. We're coming through. There's your chip shot. That was huge. Let's go, Tigers. Get after those Mariners. Texas, I think it's going to be sloppy, ugly, hopefully not sloppy because of penalties. Arch, it's time for you to start to impose your will and give your teammates some hope. Take the easy stuff. Check down Charlie. 17-10 Texas.
I got 17-13. It's going to be an ugly game. There's going to be turnovers on both sides. That's going to allow the offense to have good field position and capitalize on that. But overall, it's going to be a defensive battle. I think Texas, at the end of the day, makes more plays on defense than Florida does, which gives them the slight advantage. I think Mason Shipley is going to have to be money in this game. This is going to be the first game Mason Shipley is really going to be tested in the Texas uniform.
Rainy.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a lot. That's a lot. First SEC game, but Mason Shipley, this is what you wanted, bro. You want to leave Texas State to come play with the big dogs, to come show that you that dude. So games like this where you need your kicker, Steve Sarkisian, you got to be smart about how you go about, your game plan. Texas squeaks out of Gainesville with a dub somehow. 17-13.
All right. That would be a cover from me and a non-cover from Zay. Because Texas is favored by 6.5. All right, let's bring in the fellas. Patrick and Matt.
What
I
up,
think
guys?
it's 5.5 now, unless that's changed.
It's 4.5.
It's 5.5.
5.5.
It
5.5. It bounced
up,
back to
okay.
5.5, but it went down to
Wow.
4.5 and then bounced back to 5.5. Yeah, but yeah, it's jumping all around. Zay, I'm telling you, I saw the Cooper Flag thing too, of him not knowing anybody. Dude, someone needs to we need to find the right guy to teach a course on this. to go to these kids, because it's the only way to save the All-Star game is for them to go back and realize what they used to be and how great they were. And I don't think it'll ever do it, but if you can go back and get the rookies and be like, go watch the 89 All-Star game, and it's like all famous players, and it's awesome. And you're like, there's fun parts. I remember Magic Johnson in his last year, he comes out and he goes one-on-one with every player on the other team. Like they go one-on-one and they just go up and down the court and play one-on-one, and the entire rest of the teams clear out. Like, you can do fun stuff like that and no one's going to mind it, but just don't run down the court and throw up bad threes. No one wants to watch that. But it was like, teach the course a little bit. Be like, if you don't know who some of these guys are, like, I can tell you've never watched Allen Iverson play if you don't know who Eric Snow is.
Right?
So that tells me you never watched Allen Iverson, which is crazy to be a basketball player and never watched Allen Iverson.
Yeah, like Aaron McKee, all those guys that he played with, like Mutombo and that. Don't get me started, man. I'm just going to get my blood pressure up. I appreciate you guys, man.
Hey, see you Monday.
Tomorrow, man.
See you Monday.
Welcome in here to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered on a Friday afternoon. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open 512-222-9328. And, of course, over there on the chat on Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. And if you're on YouTube, give us a like and subscribe. We appreciate that. Joe, ACL Fest just started on Hulu. Could not care less. I hate to be the bitter old Austinite. Could not care any less about that festival. I don't want to be the bitter old Austinite, Matt, but I very much am. That I don't know 90% of the artists on there. I don't really care to know it. There's too many DJs and people who don't play and play the tracks on there now. It's just not what it's not for me. Not meant for me. Fine. You guys have your fun over there. I'll go back to where, the posters we've got and the stuff I've got back in the day when they used to book local acts, and, it was really about more an Austin thing, and it felt right. And now it's just, there's like one act I want to see every year. You're like, it's not worth it. Not worth it for me.
Yeah, I've never been an ACL guy. Music festivals aren't really my thing. But speaking of the 92 All-Star game, I still have that recorded on VHS.
Yeah,
from back in the day. Yeah, it's my mom's got it somewhere in storage. That was the best All-Star game of all time, in my opinion.
I could believe that. I could believe that. Like, because it was, especially during the pandemic, it was like there was no sports on, so you went back and watched all these things, and so then all the All-Star games were up, and I had League Pass, so I was just watching all of those, and it was a good time to watch all and be like, oh man, there's some really great stuff in these. And like the first year Shaq plays, the first All-Star game with Shaq is a great time because we see that Shaq is getting pissed off because all the veterans are like, we're not going to let this guy do anything. Like, we're just going to constantly play him as hard as possible. And like, it's a real in the post battle in the All-Star game. It's awesome. Matt, it's Friday. You got any big weekend plans?
Well, I've got work this weekend with Texas and Florida and A&M and Mississippi State and Houston and Texas Tech, which is a big matchup. But I've got some friends coming over tomorrow as well. I'm gonna make some food, have some margaritas, watch some football. It's gonna be good.
There you go. All right, I like that. Yeah, it's It's watch football weekend. Not a ton of late games. I'm curious. The late game window is not as fun. So I don't know. I may be doing something else while watching the late games after the Texas game. I may call an audible by the time we get done with the Texas game, depending on how good or bad it is. That's really the measure always. Like if they play great, then you're like, all right, let's go enjoy the weekend. My buddy is playing the national anthem at the Austin FC game on Saturday as well. So maybe if there's a cheap ticket, I'll go out and check that out on Saturday to go support him. The 2:30 game is like right in that middle where you're just kind of waiting for it to go. But it is the weekend now, Matt. So cheers, Matt. It is an open bar, open gym.
Oh yeah, I forgot about open bar. Well, I've got my bourbon, so I can pour some of that. I'll grab a beer here in a second.
There. So yeah. So if you are starting your weekend, we appreciate you joining us and starting your weekend with us. We get into Florida, Texas weekend, and have a drink with us if you're so inclined to start your weekend. Joe, if you are watching Hulu, if you got ACL Fest on too, just for the pictures, I guess. If you're listening to us, then cheers to you. Have a drink with us here on a Friday afternoon. We appreciate you joining us. A lot to get into today. Lots of football happening over the weekend that I'm looking forward to. The Cowboys and Texans both playing interesting games that shouldn't be interesting, but they are. So there's a little bit to get into with all of that. But of course, your main point today is Texas football. We got the new injury report, Matt. The injury report does come down every day. I could not remember. It came down to yesterday as well. CJ Baxter still on the doubtful side of it. I can't imagine he's going to play in this game, which is really sad now. I was kind of hoping he got bumped up to questionable. Does not seem like that happened. Malik Muhammad did drop to questionable, which is somewhat questioned. I'm hearing that that's a hamstring as well. So it's just hamstrings across the board right now. They're trying to be really cautious about. So that would be a big loss for this game. You don't want to see that. You prefer to have your best secondary out there because DJ Lagway, even though he is struggling and doing everything else poorly right now and the O-line's not good, you don't want to let them get in a rhythm because you are missing a guy. And they start to find somewhere to expose and get it going. But Emmett Mosley, Trey Wisner, Kobe Black, and Xavier Filsaime are all improbable now. So we do believe that Trey Wisner will be up there. There you go. Cheers to you, man.
It's nice to have a girlfriend in the house now. She can run these little errands for me when I need a beer during my radio show.
It's better than the dog, right?
Yes.
Go fetch.
Altstadt Lager, everybody.
And I want to get into some players, and that's when we'll get into the Florida side of it too, because Florida is banged up in the defensive end. So I wanted to get into this. We do this every week. We get into the players to know. It's a little bit easier now because we've been doing it for some of these teams that there's not a lot to get into. But Matt and I have now watched most of these guys play, so it's a little bit easier to let y'all know about any names that you should really know. There's a few on the offense, and on defense, it's a little weird because a lot of the names to know aren't playing. So it's somewhat of a different world on the defensive end. We'll start on the offense. DJ Lagway, he's number 2 for the Gators. He's their sophomore quarterback. We know we've talked about DJ Lagway plenty. His last 2 games, he has had a 61-yard passing game, and he's also had a 5-interception game. That is 2 really, really bad things that if you were not the future of Florida football, as they still believe or hoping that, something else is wrong and he's still going to be the guy, he would have been benched by now. Most quarterbacks cannot survive that kind of thing. Like if you're not a highly touted, going to be the guy type of guy, you normally get sat down for those types of things. They go, clearly like you're hurt or mentally something's off, so we're going to sit you down for a couple games. DJ Lagway doesn't get that. He is still somebody who can put the ball downfield. His accuracy's been really, really bad this year, which is why you see the accuracy's off, bad decisions. He throws 5 picks. The next game, he says, I'm not going to try and make those mistakes again. So it doesn't work at all. He doesn't even have the balls downfield where he was connecting on some of those in the LSU game. He's just also throwing picks. He takes away the deep ball now, and there's nothing there for him. He is somewhat mobile. He's a big guy, so he's hard to take down. He's not really going to break out and run a ton, but he can evade sacks and get outside and maybe get 5 yards and a first down. But DJ Lagway is Florida is looking for him to turn that corner after a bye week like Arch did last week. That's kind of what they want for DJ Lagway. What's up, CB?
Yeah. The only problem is that they're going up against one of the top defenses in college football, so that might be a little difficult to come by. They would really love to see that out of DJ Lagway. I think I would too, honestly.
Yeah.
Maybe not to the extent that Arch had it against Sam Houston, just for the sake of the Longhorns, but I'd like to see
with
DJ
it next week.
back.
Fine with it next week.
Yeah.
Beat the Aggies. It'll be hilarious.
I'd like to see him bounce back eventually, sooner than later, because I like DJ Lagway. I think he's a good quarterback when he has time to throw, and he's there's something off there. I'm not exactly sure what it is. I mean, because we tried to examine it, and there was about a million things wrong with that offense. So it's really hard to pinpoint what's wrong with him right now. But definitely, if he gets going, then that completely changes that offense. I don't think the addition of Dallas Wilson is necessarily going to facilitate that in a big way, but it can't hurt. We'll say that.
No.
My first player to watch is Jaden Ball. I think that's a pretty obvious one.
Like, that is the dude right now on their team. Is
Yes.
Jaden Ball. He's number 13, a sophomore running back, 6'1", 231, averages 5.9 yards per carry. But the most attempts he has had in the game is 18 against USF. Only ran it, I believe, 10 times against LSU and 11 against Miami. So doesn't run the ball a ton. This offense doesn't run the ball a ton. He's a guy who can hit the gap really hard. He can roll downhill. He can break a tackle or two. He can do a lot of things really well. And then you have to know Jacoby Jackson is also out for this game. That is a guy who's been the backup running back. So you could see more Jaden Ball in the fact that another one of those injuries for Florida, their backup running back who's been getting the Lions' share of the carries is out for this game as well. But yeah, you're right, Matt. Jaden Ball is the dude.
Yeah, absolutely. He's an absolute bowling ball as well. 6'1", 231 pounds is what he's listed at on ESPN. But our guy Zach Goodall on was that on Tuesday, I believe?
Yeah.
He said that he's upwards of 240. So he's a load to bring down, and he's very shifty as well. So I think he's going to kind of be the X factor for Florida in this game. If he can get going, it's going to change things offensively for them a little bit, give them a little bit more consistency. It'll be up to Texas to kind of stifle that. And if they do that, I think they'll be really successful. And Texas hasn't really had to face a whole lot of bruising backs so far this year. The one that comes closest to that would probably have to be the Ohio State running back, the transfer from West Virginia, CJ Donaldson.
Yeah.
He's about 232 pounds, 6'2", 232 pounds. So he's a big back too. And Texas held him to 3.5 yards per carry. And I thought he played pretty well in that game. So if they kind of hold Jaden Ball to kind of a similar output, I feel like Texas is going to be in control of this football game, because I think the offense will be a little bit better. I think the defense will be a little bit better. So if Jaden Ball is not working for them, then I don't think they're going to have much going on at all.
No, and let's be clear too. If you are able to get that lead early in the game, get 14 points on them in the first, quarter and a half, you're going to start to take Jaden Ball out in that second half. They're just not going to run as much, because that is what Billy Napier has shown, and Billy Napier is stubborn as hell. So Billy Napier has shown if we're behind and we're trying to play catch up, we're going to throw the football. We want to throw the football. They threw the ball 49 times against LSU. And by the way, the best player on that team right now on the offense is Jaden Ball. They threw the ball 49 times. I don't get it. A couple of wide receivers there. You get Vernell Brown. He's number 8 freshman wide receiver. He is leading the wide receivers with 18 receptions for 219. He's a guy who doesn't really get early separation. He isn't a speedster so much, but he can get he's explosive. So he is a guy that out of breaks can get that separation. It's kind of like in that all-22, though, that we saw is somewhat of the problem. If the timing's not there because there's pressure, he loses his X-factor ability, which is that break where he's able to make a real quick cut and the defender is somewhat still running. He's able to get 2 or 3 yards, and if that pass is right on, he's going to be able to make that play. So he's made some of those, but when the offensive line isn't giving the time to DJ Lagway, the timing routes are gone, and he's really good at those. So that's the one there. He is not a big frame, though. I think he's like 173. So he is not necessarily going to break your tackles. He's elusive, but not going to break your tackles. He's also your normal returner for them as well. Other wide receiver to keep an eye out for is that freshman returning Dallas Wilson to playing for his debut. He's number 6. The big thing about him, he's big, 6'3", 213. That is the difference of, can he be, because most of the other receivers are not go up and throw up a ball and I'll go get it. And so if he's able to get downfield for DJ Lagway and maybe be in single coverage, they are hoping that instead of being an interception or being an incomplete pass could be a big play for them instead. So that's what they're hoping to get back from him. He wins jump balls. He, runs in the flats. We just haven't seen him play in college football yet, so we don't know how well it translates, and we don't know what he's going to be able to do after coming back from injury. But they're hoping that the 6'3" frame is going to be able to help them win some of those passes downfield.
Yeah, real big kid, 6'3", 213 pounds. 24/7 Sports compared him to one of my guys, Patrick, Trey Harris from Ole Miss, who's now with the Los Angeles Chargers.
Yes.
Real big guy, can win contested catches, but he's also fast and can make some big plays downfield. His stats never really popped off the page in high school necessarily. He averaged we'll go with his senior year, 41 catches, 677 yards, 9 touchdowns. His junior year, 49 catches, 872 yards, 9 touchdowns. So he was never hyper productive at the high school level. Part of that is probably due to the fact that he was getting thrown to by a high school quarterback. But I would expect him to eventually become the go-to guy in this offense at some point. Maybe not necessarily this year, definitely not this week, but maybe this year, maybe by the time we get to next year. But there's a chance that he can come in and make a big play just because he's a big body and he's athletic and he can go up and win at the point of attack. So that's a good one to look out for. Of all the receivers on that team, he might be the most physically talented guy.
Yes.
So that could make a lot like Ryan Wingo was last year for Texas.
Yeah. And that's
just an absolute freak.
And if we're talking about big targets, this is why you want to have a little separation, because they got him at 6'3", that will be a red zone threat. That will be someone that can go up and win a ball. They also have a tight end who's not a great player. He's a better run blocker than he is a receiver. He's been working on his receiving. He has some big plays. He is a big dude, Matt. 6'8", 269 is this tight end, and he has some big plays in his repertoire. He is going down and caught those down the seam where he had to block real quick and just takes off. And he's big enough that you just kind of throw the ball up in the air and no one else is going to go get that on the defense. So you do worry if you're in one of those games that's a 1-score game. They do have a couple guys that you feel have advantages in size, at least in the red zone.
Yeah, and when I was watching the L-22, he was a guy that Lagway looked at a lot, and he missed him a lot.
Yes,
but he wanted to get the guy the ball, so you can tell that they want to get this kid the ball.
6'8" guy, that's a lot of guy. That's hard to miss.
Exactly. So if he can find his accuracy with this guy, he's going to be hard to bring down. He can make a big play, and based on the film that I saw, he was open a lot.
Yeah.
So it's just about Lagway finding him and being accurate with the football on some short stuff. And this guy's going to be able to break a lot of tackles. I don't care if Anthony Hill's trying to tackle you. If you weigh 270 pounds, you're going to be a load to bring down. So he's a tough matchup.
No, I think a lot of guys play back on him a little bit to understand I'm not going to break up the pass if they throw it high, because I'd have to jump and get up there, and that's not how you're supposed to play. So I'll sit back on him if he's underneath and try and just come up and stop him from any big gains, or try and hit him at the point of contact to get him to drop the ball. That's where they look at. Those are the main guys on offense for you. There's several other guys, but those are your main people that you're kind of looking at. And so on the defense, that's where the injury report comes back up. LJ McCray, so 5-star edge, that is out. He is somebody that they were hoping to be a big part of their rushing attack this year. He is out for the game. Dijon Johnson and Aaron Gates, 2 guys who are playing big minutes and big snaps in the secondary, are both out for this game. Caleb Banks, who was number 47 on the ESPN 100 list of college football players before the season. Defensive lineman, guy who stops the run, really helps that defense. He gets knocked out in the Miami game. He is out. And then we find out today that his replacement, the guy who came in the Miami game and did okay after him, Joseph Mbachu, he's out now too. So they lose 2 defensive linemen, 2 big guys that were going to help stop this run game. And that's a big coup for Texas, because now you're talking about rotation depth of that defensive line position is ultra thin, because Mbachu wasn't on the report on Wednesday. He was on Thursday, and not even doubtful. He just is out. So something happened in practice that Mbachu's now out. But that puts 2 guys, the 2 guys that they wanted to be playing that interior defensive nose tackle kind of position. Both those guys are now out. They're going to have to go deeper in the rotation. It lines up again for Texas to be able to have a little bit more luck trying to run the football.
Yeah, Joseph Mbachu is a guy that Texas liked a lot. They were trying to get him. He eventually picked the Gators. Kenny Baker, I think, was his primary recruiter, so they know him very well. I'm sure that they're not upset that he's not going to be out there trying to plug up the middle of that defense. Yeah, I mean, this is like, so before we were talking on our Texas Sports Unfiltered group chat about our score predictions earlier today, and I originally said 20-10, and when I saw just the amount of injuries they have on this defense, I had to kind of change my score pick a little bit, and I'll give you guys that later. But there's just so many guys out on a defense that is
crazy, really
been the backbone of this team for the entire season. And so much weight has been put on them, and they've already been so beat up. It leads you to believe that if Texas can control the clock and control the football, this defense is just going to wear down due to lack of depth and lack of experience, because, I mean, that's a lot of guys to have out against an offense that can be very physical.
Yeah, and so their linebacker core is still healthy. Their linebacker core is still good. Probably the name you're going to look at out of that first is Miles Graham. He's number 5. He's a sophomore outside linebacker for them. He does lead the team in tackles. He got 13 solo and 24 overall. Both those lead the team. He is a smart player. He's in the right place. He's a sure tackler. He doesn't necessarily jump off the page to you as a guy who's going to, bear down on the quarterback or make big plays, but he's in the right place at the right time, and he does the right thing. So if you're going his way, don't expect to be able to juke him out of his shoes, or if you throw his way, expect him to get his hands up in the right place, and it could be a pick, could be a pass deflection. You just have to be aware, and that kind of goes for most of their linebacker core. They're not necessarily attacking linebackers so much as really fundamentally sound, good linebackers who are the reason why you can have a bend but don't break defense. So that linebacker core is the defense that's kind of set, the best part of this defense right now with all of the injuries. That linebacker core is trying to help you, if something does slide through the defensive line, they're there, and they drop back in coverage as well to help out when the secondary's in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. I like Miles Graham a lot. I think he's a tremendous football player. I'm just looking at this injury report again, man.
Yeah,
that is so many injuries on the defensive line. That's ostensibly 3 starters you have out on your defensive line, and that's brutal. Yes. Yeah, I mean, look, they're going to have to rely on this linebacker core a lot because of that lack of depth up front. Miles Graham's going to be the kind of the guy that leads the charge there, in my opinion. It's a very talented group. It's a very athletic group. It's not to the level that Texas is necessarily, but it's still a very, very talented and very efficient group. And they're gonna be able to get, if they get your hands on you, they're gonna be able to bring you down. So it's going to be a challenge for Texas, regardless of who's on there, who is there on the defensive line.
One of the guys on the defensive line to know is Tyreek Sapp, number 94. He's the senior, redshirt senior edge, 6'3", 274. He is not a dominant pass rusher. He is not somebody who necessarily has the explosion and the moves and the elusiveness to go and make those moves to get off to the quarterback. What he does do is set an edge. He is very hard to run on. He sets up where this defense, again, bend but don't break. Where you're trying to go his way, he's really, really good at shutting you down. So he's one of those guys. He'll play in the NFL because he has that NFL body, and he is a guy that can do all of the small things. He's never going to be the great player, but he is going to be a guy that you're going to be able to use and rely on in that position. So, as much as there are all the injuries, Tyreek Sapp is kind of taking up your end now and going, he is a big piece of Trevor Goosby's going to have to try and move him around and control him a little bit to get that run game going.
Yeah, I like Tyreek Sapp a lot. He's an NFL player. I don't think he's ever going to be the guy that puts up double-digit sacks in a year, but like you said, he sets the edge really well. He's a very physical guy. He can stop the run. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Texas run inside a lot more this week, as opposed to rather kind of like they did last week, or I guess 2 weeks ago against Sam Houston. That kind of stuff up the middle with Jarrett Gibson. That you saw some different blocking schemes up there with those interior guys with Sam Houston. So. I would expect to see that a lot rather than running at Tyreek Sapp.
Yeah.
I like that matchup with Trevor Goosby. I'd be interested to see if they move him to the other side, depending on the formation or the look or whatever, to go up against Brandon Baker. That's a really physical guy that could be difficult for Brandon Baker to go up against. So that would be interesting. I also really like Cameron James a lot. He's also another very talented edge that Florida has. They've got bodies there.
Yeah.
They've got talent there. It's just a matter of with the injuries right now, who's behind them. So it'll be interesting to watch.
And we know that apparently the weather is completely cleared up now, and now it's just windy. But according to Chip Brown with feet on the ground there, it is windy there now. But the rain is not necessarily the big piece. It's still going to be warm. It's still going to be sweaty. It is the swamp. You're going to be sweaty. And to play an entire game with no real backup behind you is really tough when they continually push on you all game. It's a huge battle for this offensive line. And a huge chance for this offensive line to gain some confidence and give us some belief in this offensive line. If they're able to take a Florida defense that has talent still on it, still has bodies, and still recruits very well, but maybe will be beat down a little bit more by the end. If you're able to run the ball in the fourth quarter, then I'll feel better about what this offensive line can do, at least conditioning-wise and staying in the game. One more name I have on the defensive end, Bryce Thornton, number 18. He is a junior safety. He is a guy that Arch has to keep an eye out for because he's an opportunistic player. He's good. He makes up ground pretty quick. He's got a few pass deflections already this year. No interceptions. He had 3 interceptions last season, though. He is someone who can bear down, get into a play, make a big tackle, make a tackle that'll break the pass up. He can make a pass deflection. He is a good safety to sit back there and try and pick some things off. So Arch has to be comfortable wherever number 18 is. He wants to keep an eye on him.
Yeah, very talented guy there. If there's going to be a guy that's opportunistic and gets interceptions in this game, I think it's going to be him. I don't think he's necessarily the most, and he's very talented. Yeah, I don't think he's necessarily the most talented corner on that roster. My guy would be Cormani McClain. This is a guy that is an absolute blanket. He is one of the best coverage guys in the SEC. I think he's got an interception to his name already this year. He was a 5-star recruit coming out of high school as well, out of Lakeland, Florida. He was the number 1 corner in the 2024 class, as a matter of fact, according to the 24/7 Sports Composite. And he's a very big guy as well, 6'2", tall corner, which can be difficult to go up against. Texas does have some pretty big receivers, so they'll be fortunate in that regard. But he's a big body corner. He was compared to Tyreek Woolen from the Seattle Seahawks. Yeah, by 24/7 Sports, which I think is a great comp because they're both physical, really difficult guys to throw the ball against. So just like I said, so much talent on that defense despite the injuries still. But Cormani McClain is a dude, and he'll be a first round pick one of these days.
And let's put Cormani McClain's one of those guys. Stats don't necessarily pop out at you, but that's kind of like Malik Muhammad. Mm-hmm. They just don't throw his way a lot. So he doesn't get a ton of tackles. He doesn't get a lot of chances for pass breakups. He does have an interception this season, but he is a shutdown guy. So he is somebody that, you may see Texas move guys around to see if he blankets a Ryan Wingo, or if he's in a spot, maybe you move your guys around to try and pick the matchup you want to have, where you may not be throwing it right where Cormani McClain is. But yeah, definitely much more of a lockdown guy. That's another good shout there. And that's things. They have a couple injuries in the secondary, but they're that was a really, really good defense. They're just really beat up. And so it provides much more opportunities for Texas because you have a lot of guys playing who haven't really gotten a lot of playing time. They're still good players. Florida recruits really well, so you still have all of that, but they're not necessarily ready to be in a big moment at home, and might be able to catch him slipping if Arch is playing at his highest level, or what his highest level is so far. We know he's hoping he'll be better and better and better, and next season he'll be, live up to the hype that we can all sit all off season and talk about. But those are the names that I have. Do you have any other big names to mention out of this Florida team to really watch for?
Cormani was the guy that I really wanted to shout out because I think he's the best player on that team, period. So
number 25, Cormani McClain. He's a guy that if you see him line up, you may just go, they're probably not going to throw it that way because there's enough other places to attack this defense right now. So they may just stay away from that. I don't know how much that's going to be in the game plan, but when you do have a more injured team, sometimes you just say, let's not go. We've seen already people have gone after Grayson Littleton a ton because he's the true freshman, and he's held his own in those moments. So it doesn't always mean like, well, we're going to go pick on this guy. It may work out. It's college football. You always have to remember the backups in college football may be better than the starters. It's the big difference from the NFL when everybody goes, well, they got a backup quarterback. Like, backup quarterback could win a Heisman in college football. No backup quarterback in the NFL is winning an MVP. I guarantee it. So, I mean, and Tom Brady technically breaks that mold, but for the most part, you're not getting backup quarterbacks.
the greatest quarterback of all time broke that mold.
Yeah, other than that guy, not many times. Him and Tony Romo are the dudes that really you look at and say, and Drew Bledsoe got injured for both of them. So it's more a Drew Bledsoe thing.
Yeah.
Let's get into, Matt, what the game plan is. What do you think Texas needs to do if it's not going to be a rainy day, maybe a little bit windier, though, so you still want to not necessarily throw the ball around all the time? What's your game plan offensively, defensively to take this game, get a lead early, and just not look back?
Well, I'll start offensively. I think that the first thing that you need to do is, and this may sound a little odd, but I think the first thing that you do is run a quarterback power off the right side or the left side and get Arch hit. Get him into the game, because it seems like that's the thing that kind of unlocks him is when he gets physical and he takes a hit. He's like, all right, ready to go. Let's get it. I'm here. I'm ready to go. So I think that's the first play. That's the first play you run is a quarterback power. And then after that, I think you focus on running up the middle, honestly. Test that depth on the interior defensive line. Can those guys hold up, more than Mbachu and the other guys that are missing from that interior defensive line? Start running the football early on and try to control the clock and get that defense tired early on. And then use that to set up the play action and hit some quick stuff on a play action slant to DeAndre Moore, or take a shot down the field to Ryan Wingo or Parker Livingston. I'd also like to see them try and get Emmett Mosley involved early if they can. I don't know how much he's going to play.
Yeah.
But, he's a guy that is explosive. He's big. He can also help in the run game with his perimeter blocking, as we talked about this week. So I think you see a lot more attempts at power football from Texas this week if that offensive line can help you do that. If early on in the game they're not getting that push that you need, then maybe you change things up. But I think that should be the plan early on offensively.
Yeah, I think if you're not getting that push early, you'll see more rollouts for Arch to try and make this defensive line not be able to not feel like they can set an edge, not feel like they can just sit where they're at. They're going to have to run a little bit more, just trying to get them to the outside as well, running screens, running things to make them run, because the real concept is you want to be able to make this team run and make them tire them out. So the more you're able to say, we just threw a screen and it got 6 yards to Ryan Wingo, but at the end of the day, that's still going to bounce. Like that's not enough. And now they're running and running and running and running. And by the second half, they're dog tired. And, you want to put them where in the halftime, they're all laying on the ground trying to get their wind. I think that's kind of where you want to be with this offense early, You don't necessarily have to go downfield because they're not going to run when you're downfield. You want to be able to put stuff easily. I think Jack Endries could be used a lot earlier. They didn't really go to him a ton. They used him probably the most in the Ohio State game. And that was because it was a real game. I don't think they felt they needed to go to him. I don't feel they were like, we're cool. Jack Endries is a senior. Like, I know that he's not having to be, he hasn't been at Texas, but he's also knows how to play football. So I think we can see Jack Endries early as well. But I think the screen game and maybe some runs to the outside as well, but you're going to try and pound them inside and then make those defensive linemen run early and hopefully tire them out so that you get into the second half and now you can start chunking the ball downfield.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the idea of screens in this game as kind of your starter to the passing game. I think that's got to be the way to go. It helps to get Arch in a rhythm too, because he can hit those balls pretty simply, and those receivers are explosive enough and athletic enough to break those for a big play if the blocking's right. So I like that call. Defensively, I think Texas should deploy a game plan very similarly to what Miami did against them, where they're just kind of sitting back in a cover three with your linebackers back, your secondary in the deep thirds, and use your edges to set the edge. Make sure DJ Lagway stays in the pocket, and just let your offensive line rush or your defensive line rush with 4 and try to get home. That's what worked really well for Miami. Granted, Ruben Bain is an absolute beast and a half, but I think Texas has a couple guys on their roster that can do similar things, like Colin Simmons and Trey Moore and Ethan Burke to an extent. So I wouldn't go over the top with the pressure, like from blitzing linebackers or anything like that. I would just kind of sit back and kind of force DJ Lagway to try to beat you with his arm. I think that's the best way to do it. Obviously, you have to contain Jaden Baugh, but if you force DJ Lagway to beat you with his arm, then I think you're going to have a pretty good day defensively.
Yeah, and this is, we talked about it yesterday. Stay in your rushing lanes, stay in your rushing lanes, stay in your rushing lanes. Mm-hmm. It's going to be a harder battle than using every technique that Colin Simmons has. But if you're supposed to go outside, go outside. If you're supposed to go inside, go inside. But you cannot, if the play's called one thing and everything's set up for you to make that sack and they're fading you one way, so you think, well, I can get past him. You're giving DJ Lagway a chance to step up in the pocket now because you're behind him, and he can complete a pass, go over to Hayden, and now that's a 30-yard gain to the tight end. Instead of if you play outside or you play inside where you're supposed to be, he can't step up. They come off the other side with Ethan Burke. He's got nowhere to go, and now he's throwing it in the ground or whatever else. So I think that's kind of your big piece of if you're going to rush, you want to bring pressure, but there's not going to be a lot of blitzes. I think you pepper in blitzes to keep DJ Lagway honest. You pepper in a blitz with Ty Anthony Smith or with LaFau or with Anthony Hill to just wait, that delay blitz where you sit, and then when they read it and they feel it and it's wide open lane, just take off and, really try and let him have it. I think you'll see some of those throughout, but for the most part, maybe 4 or 5 blitzes in the whole game wouldn't hugely surprise me unless you get to a point where Lagway is feeling really comfortable, and then you're going to start trying to make his life a little bit more difficult. If that's not the case, what you want to do is put him in coverage. You just want to drop back and make him make the right decision, and then trust your secondary to be able to break those plays up or make big interceptions.
Yeah, I mean, and one of the things that I thought Miami did really well against Florida a couple weeks ago. Well, thanks, Barry, for your contribution to the chat. One of the things that I thought Miami did really well against Florida a couple weeks ago was the times that they blitzed, which was very few and far between, just like we're saying Texas should do. They did it from the corner spot, from the nickel spot.
Yeah.
Which DJ Lagway was not recognizing very well at all. So I wouldn't be surprised if you saw Grayson Littleton come after DJ a couple times from the star position and get after him in that way. There's a lot of different ways you could do it, but that seems like something that Florida had a lot of trouble with a couple weeks ago.
No, that makes sense. But yeah, I think it's not the most fun play calling, but this in reality is what kind of fans are asking for in this one. Now, I think a lot of people do want to see 6-7 sacks in this game. It's just not going to happen. If it does, awesome. But I don't think you're going to be bringing that amount of pressure to Lagway over and over and over again, because he is just a hard guy to bring down, and all he's got to do is chunk a ball over to where ball is or where Hayden's at, and then you're kind of screwed there. Ball gets out, he's fine. So the question is then, if you're okay with run plays, trying to short yardage, screen passes, Greg Davis offense, that kind of real simple stuff, get in a rhythm, try and be smart about it, try not to put Arch in a bad position early where he's trying to take shot after shot, where he has to look downfield, where his timing may get off a little bit more because these are longer developing plays, and he has got too many factors happening into it with some really good DBs and some really good linebackers maybe shining into his light somewhere. Smart plays, quick plays, get the ball out, move it downfield, run the ball, little passes out to your running backs as well. You just a little flare to Trey Wisner could work too. Have him come right through and a play action and then ditch it off to him once they let him go. Like, all of those things are possible too in this game, but just simple early and then try and set yourself up for something big late.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the Sam Houston tape, there was one play, I think I pointed out in my film review a couple weeks ago, where Arch was really patient with a defensive, I think it was a defensive lineman or a linebacker coming, just screaming at him. And the play design was a little leak to the running back, and he just waited for the running back to get open and turn around. I think it was Christian Clark, maybe it was James Simon, and he just floated it over the defender's head, hit James Simon, and the blocking is already set up downfield. That went for like 30 yards or something like that. So if you block downfield and you're patient with these running back, called pass plays that Sark likes to call, then they have a potential to turn into explosive plays. So that's something that I think that they could utilize a lot in this game.
All right, Matt, time for your offensive and defensive MVP for Texas in this game. Let's start with the offense. Who is your offensive MVP, Matt?
I'm going to go a little off the beaten path here.
Okay.
Not really, because CJ Baxter's probably not going to play. But I'm going to say Jarrett Gibson. I think he's going to be aching to go in this game. He's coming back home to Florida. He was committed to Florida at one time. I think he really showed something against Sam Houston that Texas wanted to see in terms of his aggressiveness and his ability to make people miss and being very, and obviously he's very hard to tackle because that's why he's nicknamed the Baby Rhino. He had the best game of his career last year against Florida. I think he's got a really good shot to do that again and get, maybe upwards of 90, maybe even 100 yards in this game.
All right. No, I like that. I think that he does have a chance to get in there to spell Trey Wisner, and there's a possibility that Florida may sleep when he comes in the game a little bit more and not recognize that he's going to get a lot of carries as well. So I like that pick for that. I'm going to go with DeAndre Moore. I feel like this is a game where DeAndre Moore may be able to understand the film. He's raring to go for this game and try and find some spots in this Florida defense where he can make a big play. And I think that his blocking in the game, his perimeter blocking, is going to be huge in that run game. In the perimeter blocking, I think is going to be massive for Texas. And then I think he makes some big plays also catching the football. So I'm going to go with DeAndre Moore as someone who can help out in so many different ways that he becomes. When you just look back at the film and you're like, oh, man, that's another DeAndre Moore one. Oh, man, DeAndre Moore again. Oh, DeAndre Moore lets that block out. Oh, DeAndre, I think he'll be kind of that guy where even when he's not touching the ball every play, he's still going to be able to be a major factor. On the defensive side of the ball, Matt, who is your MVP on the defensive side of the ball?
Ooh. I think it would be cheating to say Anthony Hill every week because he's the best player on the defense.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to try to avoid that one. You may pick that one, and that's fine. But I'm going to try and go in a different direction.
Okay.
I'm going to say Ethan Burke. I think that he's going to have a chance to get a sack in this game. I think he's going to, do stuff to disrupt that running game as well, setting the edge. And it just seems like a game that Ethan Burke's going to come up big. I can't really put my finger on why, but these games on the road in tough environments, I just feel like he's, has a history of stepping up in these kinds of football games. So I'm going to go with Ethan Burke. An honorable mention, I'm going to say Michael Tapp is my secondary option.
Okay. I like that. I like that so far. I'm going to go Jelani McDonald.
Okay.
7 picks in this game for Jelani. We like 3 more somewhere else. But no, Jelani McDonald has been the guy in the right place a lot in so far this season. This is a quarterback who's going to put the ball up. And Jelani McDonald being able to break up some of these plays, maybe get a pick in this game, get his 3rd pick of the season already. I think if we're looking for somebody that has been that guy so far for a erratic quarterback who likes to chunk it into where safeties live, Jelani McDonald's my dude for that. So I think he makes a big play or two in this game that changes momentum maybe, or, helps put Florida down in the dumps even more if Texas is playing really well. But I'll go Jelani McDonald just because he's been that guy so far this season to make those big plays. And if you're talking about a guy who threw 5 interceptions 2 games ago, I'm going to go with our interception machine right now, which is Jelani McDonald.
Yeah, I like that. Jelani, he can cover so much ground.
Yeah.
In such a short time, and he can jump out of the gym. I mean, if they throw the ball up to that tight end, the 6'8", 270-pound
Yes.
tight end, there's one guy on that defense that could break that ball up, and that's Jelani McDonald. So I like that pick. That's a good one.
All right, let's stay on the defense for your X factor of the game, Matt. The X factor of the game. We'll stay on the defense to start here.
Ooh, X factor. I'm gonna say Grayson Littleton. I mentioned how I thought that they were going to bring him on a blitz or two in this game from the star position. I just think that he's going to kind of be the guy that kind of disrupts things a little bit in that passing offense, or whoever he's matched up on in the slot whenever they do throw the football. I think that Grayson Littleton has a chance to kind of have a similar game to what he's had the last couple of weeks. He's gotten better and better every week, and I think he's going to have a good one here.
I like that. That's a good one because, he is going to be important. They've tried to attack Grayson Littleton basically every single week. Mm-hmm. So I don't expect this week to be any different of them trying to attack him. And I like your call, too, that maybe he gets a sack somewhere in the game, too, coming off from the star position. That would be a fun one to see for him. I'm going to go with Alex January.
Yeah.
Returning to the lineup, coming back, raring to go. We've heard from these defensive tackles that he's a guy that they really like and is having a lot of fun out there. I think he's going to come back and try and really help stop Jaden Ball. And so where Murad Watson I think Murad Watson may be more in the sense of going after DJ Lagway and creating a havoc that way. I think Alex January is going to be big in trying to help stop Jaden Ball. Hero Canoe is going to be there as well. But I'll go with Alex January coming back, really wanting to make a statement that he's back, and everyone's been playing well, but I deserve to be the starter on this team. So I'm going to go with Alex January on my X factor for the defense. All right, let's move over to that offense then, Matt. Who is your X factor on the offense?
I'm going to go with Ryan Niblett. I like the way that they kind of worked him into the offense against Sam Houston. I think they're going to try to do that a little bit again this week, whether that's putting him in the backfield, doing a toss play or a kind of a leak to the running back, whatever that might look like, or a screen on the outside. And I'm also kind of cheating a little bit here because he's so good. He's so good on special teams. I think he'll have a chance to break a big punt return or a big kick return. Maybe not for a touchdown, but set them up with really good field position. I just think he's going to do a bunch of different little things in this game that's going to help Texas move the football.
I like that a lot. I was thinking of going Jack Indries because I do think he's going to be a good player in this game. I'm going to go with Trevor Gooseby, though, because I want to see Trevor Gooseby coming out of this bye week be the leader of that offensive line. I get it's hard to do from the tackle position, but I don't really have faith in anybody else on that offensive line to do it right now. So I want to see him step up, and if he is lined up against Tyreek Sapp, which I think he's going to be a decent amount in this game, being able to help that run game from the tackle position, to me, I think that he could really be something special, especially trying to get them to the outside, again, trying to make guys run in the screen game, all those pieces where I think that Trevor Gooseby could step up and be like, for sure, we all know the offensive lineman for Texas right now that's going to be a top pick.
Trevor Gooseby is going to be huge in this game. If he's on point, then Florida's going to have a really hard time getting after Arch. So yeah. I really like that one a lot. And that Tyreek Sapp matchup is one that I probably won't watch a ton on the telecast because you can't really focus on the offensive line telecast. But when I go back and watch the All 22, that's going to be something that I watch almost every snap of. So I'm really excited to watch that one.
All right, time for the final predictions, Matt. Your score, your penalty, and your yards. Let's start with yards, rushing and passing. What do you think we're going to get out of passing and rushing for Texas in this game?
Are we going with like over-unders or just a total?
Just give me a ballpark figure where you think this is where they'll be around this number.
Okay, I think that Texas is going to get somewhere upwards of 150 to 175 yards rushing because I think they're really going to focus on it. I think Arch is going to be included in that. I think that Jarrett Gibson's going to get a lot of run in this game. I think Trey Wisner is going to try to get going because I think he's healthy and he's really raring to go as well. They're just going to try to attack them in a lot of different ways. Maybe it's a Ryan Wingo reverse or something like that. Not a jet sweep, but like a toss to Ryan Niblett. All these different things that they're going to work into the running game. I think that's going to be kind of their bread and butter in this game. And then on the passing side, I think Arch ends up with around 200, 215, something like that. Maybe a touchdown, maybe 2 touchdowns. I don't know. It depends on how they work their red zone offense. I'm more inclined to think that he'll score more on the ground than he will in the air in this game. But I think, he's not going to I don't think they're going to try and ask him to do too much here. I think they'll be able to run the ball and he'll just be kind of managing the game against that defense. And, so around 200, 215, something like that.
All right. I'm with you on that. I like that. Those are about where I'm at too. Yeah. I think passing, it's probably, I just can't imagine it's going to be a ton because of, again, if it's windy or it's rainy or whatever else, you also just don't want to tempt trying to throw the ball too much against this Florida defense. If it is more, it'll be on a screen that breaks. That's, kind of one of those running plays that becomes a receiving play. I think that could give you a little bit more in that. But I like both of those. And you'd like to get to 200 rushing, but I think if that's only really 200 yards rushing is if the back end of the game in the fourth quarter, you're just running the clock and Jarrett Gibson's just in there picking up chunks. And I think that's kind of where you hit that number. So it's an embellished number for me to say 200, but I think you're about right of probably 150 to 160 real yards. And then at the end of the game, you pull that number up even more and try and bump that up.
Especially if there's an explosive in there at some point in the game, which I think could happen.
All right. So discipline been an issue for this Texas team. They've done better and better, but this is going to be a big one. You're on the road again. You are going against a good defense who's going to try and use everything that's been in the film for you to get you to jump off sides, get you to get a hold, get you to get a face mask, or hands to the face, or whatever else they're going to get. How many penalties do you think Texas gets in this game?
I'm trying to find what their penalty number was before the backups came in against Sam Houston, because I think it was 5 penalties for like 35 or 45 yards. Doesn't that sound about right?
That sounds about right, yeah.
Somewhere in there. I think they'll probably have one more than that, I would think.
Okay.
I think they're getting better in the penalty area.
Okay.
So I think they're probably going to have around 5 or 6 for like 50 yards, something.
All right.
I'm being very confident about this right now.
All right. One more yards I'm going to throw in there. Yards allowed, total yards allowed by this Texas defense.
Ooh, okay. Well, I don't think that DJ Lagway is going to throw for 61 yards again.
No, I'm guessing he beats that. I'm guessing that he throws for more than that. Let's say I think he'll probably throw for around 140 or 150, somewhere in there. They had 141 yards against Miami. I think they're going to do better than that. I think they probably throw for around 150, but Texas really stifles that running game. So I'm going to give them around 200 to 225 yards total offense. Yeah, I'd probably give them a little bit higher than that. I just think at some point they'll be able to figure something out. It's a big game, but I don't think it's much more. I mean, maybe 250, something like that. So There we go. Joe says, I think Florida is third less penalized team in the SEC. Texas third most in the SEC. Main reason it will be closer than it should be. Joe, we're hoping that they continue to get better. They were really, really bad there for a few weeks. They seem to be better about this on the road as well. I know the Ohio State game notwithstanding, that's the first game of the season. But they've typically been better on the road for those penalties, those dumb penalties for whatever reason. So I think the hope is to put them around 5 or 6 and not let it be terrible, because Florida's going to have at least 3 or 4. Like it's almost impossible to not have any penalties in a game. And if you do, it usually means you're getting killed because you're not doing anything, trying to do anything. So I think that Texas will lose in the penalties, Joe, but I don't necessarily think it will. I don't think it'll be closer than it should be in that sense. Maybe it's a drive that goes there. Maybe, in that sense it could be, but I'm not overly worried. Maybe I should be. Maybe that'll be false flag and after the bye week, and I'll be all happy about it. And then we'll get 27 penalties for 3,000 yards and, only win by 2.
I don't think it's going to be a situation like Ole Miss with LSU where they were penalized 14 times for like 100 whatever yards. I think they got that out of their system. I think that they really showed improvement in the Sam Houston game, because I just looked it up. When the starters were in the game, they had 5 penalties for 35 yards. 2 of those penalties came on the first drive. They were both by Connor Robertson. Yeah. So I think they've really put some emphasis on that. I think it's going to be better. And I think that it's, so probably 5 or 6, I think is the number. If it's more than that, I'll be surprised.
Let's go ahead and throw out our final score predictions, Matt. And if anybody in the chat, anybody in the text line wants to throw theirs in as well, we'd love to hear them, of your final score predictions and any other predictions for the game that you may have, any other bold predictions. Matt, what is your final score prediction?
Okay, so like I said, we were talking earlier, and I originally said 20-10, and then I looked at the injury report, and I was like, all right, I think Texas is going to get a few more points in this game. Not a ton more, but a few more points in this game. So I think that at halftime, the score of this game is probably going to be like 13-7 or 14-7, something like that.
Yeah.
I've got the final score at 24-10 Texas. I just think that they, kind of wear Florida down in the second half. And, they don't really allow that offense to get much going in the second half either. So I've got 24-10 Texas covering in the swamp and moving to 1-0 in the SEC. And everybody's still going to bitch about Texas's schedule afterwards.
I'll say this. I think that defensively, I can't give them more than 10 points. The way that Florida has played so far this season, the way our defense has played, I can't give them more than 10. So Florida's at 10. And then on the other side of it, it's the injuries. If you take the injuries out of this game, I go 17-10, maybe 20-10. If there's not the injuries on the defensive side, because the injuries, I'm giving them another touchdown. 27-10 is where I'm going to go, just because Florida is so beat up. I think they're going to play hard for Billy Napier. I really do think they want to play for Billy Napier, but they did this last season too. And there's a point, and it's really incumbent on the Longhorns to kill the hope, because last year they played really, really well and they fought really, really hard. But if Texas can come out there and get a couple points on the board early, I feel like that hope can be fractured pretty easily. The fan base, everything, you're just going to have to go out there and try and really let them get mad at you. Want them to change from let's kill Texas to let's kill Billy Napier. That's what you want to do early in this game. And that's why you'd like to be 10 points in the first quarter. You get 10 points in the first quarter. It's not unbelievable. You can get 10 points in the first quarter, maybe a turnover in there somewhere like that. I think you can. They'll already be like, what the hell, man? Like all of the things that we during the bye week we're really pumping up and we got a chance, and they're not better than us. They haven't played anybody. If you're able to take that away early, now you have to do that. Texas has not always been a fast starter. They've had a lot of problems with that, so I can't say what happened. I'm going to be the positive influence. I saw a lot more negativity this week. Last week or 2 weeks ago, I was a little bit more on the negativity side. I'll go on the positivity homer side, 27-10.
Yeah, I think that if you get here's my recipe for Texas to be successful in this game and kind of put Florida out of their misery early on. I think if you start fast and score a touchdown on the first drive, and then you force a turnover on Florida within their first couple of drives, I think this game's over.
Yeah.
That's how fast this fan base is going to turn on them. That's how fast these guys are going to be like, well, shit, here we go again.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a mental thing at that point. So if Texas can just keep the pressure on them, get an early touchdown, maybe on an explosive play, and then force a turnover, I think this game's over.
I'm with you there, Matt. Those are our predictions. Throw yours in the chat. Throw yours in the text line for us. We'd love to hear those. We're going to take our first break. When we come back, we get to Matt's Bourbon Banter. We will get to other college football games as well. We'll get to our picks for the day, Cowboys, Texans, a whole lot more to get into in the second hour of the show. And anything else y'all want to talk about, any more predictions or comments for the game, throw those our way. We'll try and get to everybody as we can, as long as you're not just someone coming to troll us. We'll try and get to you. We try and get to everybody who's not just a dirty, dirty troll. We'll be back here in just about 2.5 minutes here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but ABC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, Hour 2 here on the show. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. Text line's open, 512-222-9328. Or, of course, over there in the chat and Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Appreciate you hanging out with us here on a Friday. Weekend's here, 5 o'clock on a Friday. Cheers to you. Hope you're having a good one.
I switched to a Montucky Cold Snack, another very good beer.
Okay. I'm going to a brewery tonight, so we'll see. My buddy is playing at a brewery tonight over at Meanwhile Brewing. My buddy Jelly Ellington, you should go check him out. He's an amazing guitar player. His band's been amazing. Last couple of shows I've seen of his are crazy good. So if you're out, it's a free show tonight. You want to come by, say, hey, that's where I'll be hanging out tonight on a Friday night, and then probably go back to the house and then watch football that's still on TV and be a glutton for punishment. Watch more and more stuff as after it's an early show, 7:30 show. That time where this is where I get lost, man. So I had a buddy and I missed his show the other week, and I felt bad about it. But I was like, you're playing at 9 o'clock, and 9 o'clock is the twilight zone for me now. Because if you're playing like at 11, then I'm like, okay, that's a late show, and I'll be prepared. And then like at 11, we'll go there and do that. And I can mentally prepare for that. And then there's another type that you're like, okay, you're playing 7:30. All right, I get off work, get some stuff done, have a quick dinner. There, I'm at the show. Easy. And then the rest of the night's there. 9 o'clock's right in that zone where I'm like, well, I'm probably going to have a drink before. And if I have a drink before, then I'm not going to want to go out anymore. Like I'm like just getting a drink, just getting a buzz, feeling good. And you're like, I don't want to now drive over to go over and get an Uber or whatever I got to do and Lyft and go to the show. So it's right in there. And then I don't want to be there the whole time either. It's like 2 or 3 hours. You're like, well, 9 to 11. You're like, all right. So what time do I got there? And then I just miss it. And then it's like 10. I'm like, well, we're done now. Patrick done screwed it up. We didn't go. So it's like 9 o'clock back. This is 7:30. I feel better about 7:30. So I won't get into any trouble. Now, granted, I'm already drinking, but I won't get into too much trouble before I head out to go see my buddy play tonight. Have a good time over there. Matt, it is Friday afternoon, which means it is the time to give us some class on the show. So I drank my swill beer and enjoy the cheaper things in life. Matt enjoys some of the finer things in life of all varieties of bourbon. And every week he gives us a little bit of a taste and a look into the world of bourbon and gives us something that we can enjoy on our times. Matt, what do you think about your bourbon today and Matt's bourbon banter?
Well, I went with one that is going to be a little bit more on the pricey side because I've given you guys some more affordable stuff over the last few weeks. So I figured I'd try to class up the joint and bring something a little bit harder to find, a little bit more rare, a little bit more sought after. So this week I went with the Woodford Reserve double oaked, not double oaked, double oaked, which basically means
quadruple oaked.
Basically, it means it's been barreled 4 times or whatever.
Right.
But it's out of the Woodford Reserve Distillery in right outside Louisville. The release date on this one is January 2025. It's about 90 proof, a little over 90 proof. It's aged for 5 to 7 years, plus 2 additional years in a second barrel, according to the release that they do with this. It's 72% corn, 18% rye, 10% malted barley. It MSRPs for around $200, so it's pretty pricey. Most of the time, you're going to find on the secondary market, it's going to be around $250 or $300. So you better want this one if you're going to buy it because it is on the pricier side. That said, Double Oaked is a limited edition release that was part of the company's distillery series, and it was introduced by the Brown-Forman Company in 2015. In 2025, they increased the bottle size to 700 milliliters, which is where this one's at. It turned into a limited edition release. They say that the Double Oaked is handcrafted by finishing fully mature Woodford Reserve Double Oaked bourbon for an additional 2 years in a second heavily toasted, lightly charred new oak barrel, hence the name Double Oaked. So it's not barreled 4 times. It's just double, I guess, the Double Oaked. But the nose is it's pretty heavy with the oak scent. Some baking spice in there, but it's got a nice nose to it. The palate is a little bit more rice spice and oak with some cinnamon in there. I find it to be very smooth, but it kind of depends on your palate for bourbon, I think. And then the finish is again some more of that rice spice and some oak, a little bit of tobacco in there maybe. And a little bit of sweetness towards the end there when you're finishing that one off. Overall, like the value is probably a little much, but it's a cool bourbon to have because it's a little bit harder to find. Double Oak, the original Double Oak, is my favorite bourbon that I have on my bar. It's, if I am going for a drink, I go for the Double Oak. This one, for being $150 more expensive MSRP, I don't think it's necessarily worth that. but it's still very good. It's still, I think, worth getting at a certain point. If you get into your bourbon collection, you're like, all right, I want something really nice to go for. This is a bottle you can talk about a lot because of the history behind it. So, I mean, I give the regular double oaked like a 9 on my scale, which is incredible. I'm going to give this one like a 7.9. It's still excellent, but I think probably a little bit overrated. But still a very cool, very good bourbon to have on your bar, and one that you can enjoy with your friends and kind of brag about. So like, hey, I have this really expensive bourbon, and you don't. So yeah, go pick up a bottle if you feel like dropping about $300.
Do any of your bourbons have Angel Reese stats, double doubles? That is yeah. Thank you, Matt, for the bourbon banter there. Appreciate it. Always good to get some insight. I will probably not be getting the double. Seems a little out of my price range for the debaucherous friends I have come over. But I like the concept of learning about these things. And maybe sometime if it's at a bar or if it's at someone else's, then I'll know a little bit about it.
So I got this bottle in like January, probably, I think, and this is how much I've had of it because I don't want to try to buy a new bottle anytime soon. So I'll put it that way.
This is always I have relatives and stuff who will be like, "Oh, I'll buy you something." I'm like, "You can't buy me anything that nice of liquor," because what will happen is I will have people over at my house and we will drink everything in the house, and we don't do it as much as we used to. Back in the day, it was a lot, but like you'll just drink everything. And you're like, "Well, we brought over 2 bottles and they're gone," and then you'll look up and you'll be like, walk in from the backyard, and then someone's pouring your $200 bottle of bourbon into a Jack and Coke. You're like, whoa, hey, whoa. Hey. That's not what that's for.
Hey, if you want to get in a fight with me, you take one of my nice bourbons and you put anything other than ice in it. I'll put it that way. That would piss me off more than almost anything else.
So I'm aware of those where I'm like, I don't need it in my house. I gotta hide that stuff in my room, and then someone's like, "Why is there like 3 bottles of whiskey in your room?" Like, because everyone else will drink them, and then I don't get to enjoy them. I'm used to that because I'll be pacing myself, having a good time, and then have those happen. And Joe, I've been known to drink a Lone Star once or twice in my life. I do have the bottle cap tattooed on my wrist. I don't know if we can see that, but that's
this is why I do it, guys. Joe says Matt is teaching us what the good stuff for the guy dumb enough to offer to buy me a drink. Yes, that is exactly what I'm doing.
I remember one time being at Cool River Cafe, which will tell you that I was drinking long enough ago because I don't think Cool River's been there in a long time. But it was a Cougar Den back in the day, man. That was a place. A lot of cover bands played there, and then it was like it wasn't really swanky, but it was swanky enough that you could get the women who just got divorced to be out there, and then it was a spot to go pick up those women. But I remember one time we were doing like a radio remote there, and this is years and years and years ago when I was like 25, 26 years old, and some guy was talking to us, and then he's like, "Let me buy you a shot," and he buys us a shot, and the shot was like $200 or $100 some probably. And we do the shot, and I'm like, and I just do it like a shot because I'm 25, 26 years old and don't drink like that. And he's like, "Oh man, isn't that the good stuff?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I could have used $100. Next time, just pay me the money. It would be a million times better to me than what that just was." I'm glad you got a flex in front of me that you have the amount of money to pay ridiculous drinks for shots, but no, thank you. But yes, Joe, I do get that. I'm always. I found the technique I use when someone's trying to get shots out of me, and they're like, "Oh, it's you got to buy shots, Patrick. Well tequila, not chilled, no dressing, no lime, straight well tequila."
No, thank you.
No one will ever ask you to buy a drink for them again.
Yeah, no, thank you. My favorite drinking story. Well, not my favorite, but the one I can probably tell on air. My buddy James, and he's probably not going to appreciate me telling this story, but he doesn't listen to the show, so he's never going to find out about it. He came into Houston to visit one time, and we all went out to a bar around the corner from where I live now. and we were all like, most of my friends are bourbon guys. We were like, all right, let's go get a glass of bourbon. So we go in there and I buy a round of Blanton's, which is one that I've reviewed on the show before.
Yeah. So one with the
just
horses,
4 glasses.
right?
Yeah, this is 4 glasses of Blanton's neat. And I hand them to everybody, and my everybody else is just taking a sip. My buddy James just knocks it back. I'm like, James, that was a $30 pour. What are you doing? He's like, oh, this is great. He just ran into the bathroom and started puking his guts out. Comes back out, gets 4 espresso martini shots, walks outside, and then spills them all down the back of my other buddy Devin. So that was that's my shot story.
That is the dude. When you get cut off pre-partying, it's not good.
It's like 8:00 at night.
I've known those dudes. I've known those dudes a lot. Normally, that is the activity of somebody who is like already they pre-party before the pre-party because they thought they were being sucked. They're like, oh, my tolerance is too much. I don't want to wait to get drunk. And you're like, I think me and you have different plans of what's going to happen tonight because your plan is not remembering tonight, and that's not what I'm going for.
I just about did, Rodney. I just about did.
Yeah, I've had that with friends. I do remember because I have had friends that are into. I used to do a show with a guy, Anthony. It was great. He's still one of my best friends. We used to do a show together, and he is a big bourbon guy, and so I've had Blantons with him before, and it is one where you're like, you get a glass like that, and he's like, oh, I want you to try this, and you're like, okay, and I'm just like staring at the other person always to be like, all right, am I not like. My drinking tactics are not appropriate for this, and I'm aware of that. So I can't just go in full force, or else you're going to look over and be like, third sip, and I'll be sitting there with just glass and ice in a glass. There we go. It's the words. Ice in a glass, and just swirling. And you'll be like, you already drank it? I'm like, yeah, it was 3 sips. That was how I drink. Just pound it down. But yeah, I typically try to savor it a little bit more. And you do that. I also do like a cigar too. So like a nice bourbon and then a cigar, and then you just sit out and it's just all smoky and great. I enjoy doing those things, but I don't do them enough because most of my friends are not going to do that. And normally we're just like, hey, we're free for like 6 hours. So, and then I got to go to bed, or like free for 4 hours. So we got to go and we got to go get it done. And then just hit it as fast as we can. That is a normal one. But appreciate the Matt's bourbon banter. And then of course, the drinking conversation is always fun. We'll see. Tonight, going to a brewery. I also never fit in with a brewery because I'm not a heavy beer guy. I've never been an IPA guy or a heavy beer guy because I enjoy drinking. I don't like, and so it's not the taste of it really or anything else. Like I could enjoy it. The problem is if I drink something that's 10%, you're like, I can't really keep drinking. Then my stomach's full and then it's full. And I'm like, I want to keep drinking. So I drink a lighter beer so I can have several of them over the night and pace them and have a good time. Normally have a beer every 40 minutes to an hour. Feel pretty good. Maybe have a water every once in a while in there. Eat something. You're good to go, especially if you've been drinking for the last 2+ decades and maybe overweight. Maybe I'm fine with a few of these things. But when you go to a brewery and then you're like, well, I kind of want to try something, but I also don't want to do the flight. I want to do all that. So DJ Golf, hey, good take, buddy. I hope you're happy with your life. Have fun. But we'll get in. Appreciate everybody joining us on the show. Let's hit some recap of Thursday Night Football. I do want to pick some games, but I do want to hit this Thursday Night Football. It was a good Thursday Night Football game. However, it's Thursday Night Football, so it's Thursday Night Football, which is Thursday Night Football. Not the greatest show ever. And first of all, we'll start off. Al Michaels. Sorry, Al. Done a great job. Your time has come. I heard the ball is out 7 times last night. And the ball was never out. He didn't say it in the Alfred Collins one. But every other time it would be like 4th down and the guy would just hit the ground, ball right in. He'd be like, ball's out. Like, what are you looking at, Al? And then there was a penalty where the umpire, the ref comes back and it's a completion, and then he comes back and he goes roughing the passer. The penalty will be added to the end of the pass, and then they go set that up, and they come out, and at the end of it, he's like, wait, why are they spotting the ball there? Why are they spotting the ball? And you're like, Al, you got to move on. You got to move on. It's 80 years old, dude. Great career, but maybe not the guy to be able to go still doing it. Herbstreit's doing good. But yeah, Thursday Night Football, that was rough because you keep looking up when he goes, the ball's out. Or you'd be like, where's the ball? And then there was nothing happening. And you're like, come on, Al. Come on, man.
Yeah.
I like Al, but
Al will forever be remembered for the miracle on ice. I think his time has come, though. I just, I didn't enjoy it either. I didn't enjoy
retirement. He also doesn't eat vegetables, which is like, I'm not a big, like, I don't eat veggies all the time. I'm not like, I'm clearly a carnivore, not a vegetarian. But same part, you got to eat some veggies, man.
Okay. Sorry.
DJ Golf, how do you feel being a terrible person? We appreciate you joining the show, but if you're going to go to stoop to those things, have fun somewhere else. We don't need you over here. Appreciate you, though. Have fun. Have a good rest of your Friday. We don't need to take personal attacks. That's not cool. All right. But Thursday Night Football, Matt. We saw the 49ers get a big win. Alfred Collins with the game-saving fumble, basically forced fumble out of Alfred Collins. Mac Jones has a game where every time he keeps hitting the ground and you think that he is just dominating, like he's going to be out for the season, and then he gets back up and he's fine 2 plays later and throwing the ball back downfield. What did you take out of this game? And the Rams taking another unfortunate loss, somewhat due to having kicker problems, somewhat due to having a long snapper who doesn't seem to feel like blocking's part of the deal, because one of those was on the long snapper. One was the kicker missed it. The other one, the block was on the long snapper.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate because I thought the Rams played pretty well overall. And it's just, when the kicking game is responsible for the most part for you losing that game, it's no good. Stafford led a great drive to get them ahead towards the end of the game. But, I have a lot of respect for Mac Jones. He's come back and he's played very well since leaving New England. I think that he deserves a lot of credit. I think, Shanahan deserves a lot of credit too, because he's made Brock Purdy look like a $65 million quarterback over the last few years. I don't think they have a quarterback controversy now, but if Mac Jones keeps playing this way, he's going to find himself to get another big contract for somebody who's looking for a quarterback here in the near future. So that's good for him. Stafford came out and he played really well again. 30 for 47, 389, 3 touchdowns. I picked him up in fantasy this week and started him, and thank God, because I've just had an absolute horror show at quarterback after drafting Joe Burrow as my starting quarterback. But he played really well. I thought Kyron Williams did pretty good. 14 carries, 65 yards. He also had the 2 touchdowns and 66 yards receiving. Puka Nacua looks unstoppable, but none of it mattered because kicking and the kicking game. And it drives me crazy. But I said, the Rams are good enough to cover this spread, but they're not going to, because it's Thursday Night Football and these games always go weird. And this game went super weird.
Yeah, no, it went super weird. But it went like the 49ers have been that team who's found a way to win. Kyle Shanahan has proven to be a coach over several times that he's very quarterback friendly. That, if you play quarterback for Kyle Shanahan, you fit a couple molds, then you can have a lot of success. But he was hitting, Bourne had a huge game out of there. It was just, you could tell the 49ers came out to play football, and for whatever reason, Matt Stafford just wasn't able to force the ball down the field really for most of the game either. So it was, the kicking was definitely, your main reason. You've lost to the Eagles. You've lost to now the 49ers. And it's not just the kicker, because a long snapper has blown twice now, because I think he blew the Eagles game as well by not blocking somebody. So he, I don't know what in all reality, the long snapper needs to be gone. I don't know if that's a different one that didn't block, but I don't even know who he is. But just watching the game, you're like, dude, the guy slid right past you again, and you didn't put a hand up. You didn't slow him down, and it's the difference of a game. But yeah, it was a fun one to watch, and then great to see Alfred Collins at the end using that Texas mentality to go out and get the forced fumble, which I believe he said after the game. basically I knew we couldn't stop him. And, like, he was going to score. So all I could do was try and knock the ball out. So I just went and punched at the ball and it came out. But yeah, it's a tough start for the Rams. But a great question. And Joe, no, they don't. Brock Purdy's their guy. They already paid him. So you're done. You already paid him. And it's not like he's bad. He's just injured. And then Mac Jones, I think Mac Jones is earning a contract somewhere else. But it's not like Mac Jones is throwing for 4,000 yards again. He's playing really well, but it wasn't like, and the fact that he's doing it with no receivers, but that's more a Kyle Shanahan thing. Kyle Shanahan can make like quarterbacks look really good.
Mm-hmm.
He made Matt Ryan an MVP. I like, it's not a shot at Matt Ryan, but he elevated Matt Ryan to MVP status because of how good his play calling was.
Yeah, I mean, he's taken Mr. Irrelevant and turned him into a $65 million quarterback. So and got him to a Super Bowl too.
Yeah.
So he's a wizard. I think that they're going to be able to. Mac Jones has a 2-year contract. Well, they'll trade him.
Yeah, he'll get some out. He'll get
once Brock Purdy's healthy, they'll trade him for some draft capital. Maybe if Matthew Stafford retires, he'll go to the Rams and be kind of their bridge until they draft Arch in 2027.
Yeah, he could go to Minnesota.
Yeah.
When JJ McCarthy, bust out. Well, Cleveland is like, you're not good, but like, I think Minnesota took Sam Darnold out of there. Sam Darnold went to 49ers and then ended up in Minnesota and works. I think that system works better where you go to Minnesota. There you have Justin Jefferson and some other good players up there. If I'm Mac Jones, I'm like, do not send me to Cleveland, you bastards. Do not. I don't want to die. I don't want to go to the graveyard for quarterbacks. So yeah, I'll go with that one. But a good start there for the week of NFL play. Let's get into real quick before we get to our picks, Matt. I want to hit some of the other NFL games real quick. Hit the Cowboys versus the Jets. We'll start there in the Jerry Jones Hour. By the way, the Jerry Jones Hour should start with acknowledgement that Jerry Jones said something trying to be nice, but it came off as creepy old man to me, which is today he offered Taylor Swift to come to the Chiefs-Cowboys Thanksgiving game. And I believe he said elaborate seat for you. Believe is the phrase that he used. Let me see if I can find this. Jay asked, we would have an elaborate seat for her if she could attend the game. There's nobody a bigger fan of Taylor Swift than I am, is what Jerry Jones said today.
Well, that's a lie. But
that
comes off kind of weird. Look,
the elaborate seat thing. I'm like, I don't know what the hell that means.
I used to work at 105.3 The Fan. I really like those guys, all of them. I think they all have great shows. Best radio station in Dallas, best local radio station in Dallas. I gotta get it at Kevin and or KNC here. Why are you asking that question? Like, I get it. It's Friday. It's radio, whatever. But KNC just asking the tough questions there of Jerry. Just I got to give him a little grief there. I mean, come on.
Well, I think that's because he's threatened their jobs already. So,
well, that was Sean and RJ, but he probably extended it.
Threatened everybody's job. Well. Yeah, I mean, he's threatened everybody. If you don't ask me softball questions, we're coming after you. So you gotta, But I thought that was just start off the Jerry Jones Hour. Like, dude, don't say no one's a bigger fan. Name one song, one Jerry. That should have been the follow-up. I don't know if they name one song, Jerry. Well, I can't pick a favorite because I love them all. The great answer to when someone asks your favorite song or favorite thing or whatever. Cowboys, though, do take on the Jets this week, and we talked a little bit about yesterday. You are a little bit concerned about the injuries for the Cowboys. You are a little concerned about Fields' ability to run the football and get outside. But this is another one. Cowboys are favored. We'll make our picks on it here in a minute, but this is a Cowboys state where they're supposed to be able to win, and yet somehow it feels like this game is going to be 40-35.
Yeah.
Like, why does it have to be this way?
Well, the Cowboys have the best offense in the NFL right now, statistically. Mm-hmm. They also have the worst defense in the NFL, statistically.
Yeah.
So you're going to give up yards. You're going to give up points. They've to win a football game. They have had to score at least 40 points this year. That's like until that doesn't happen, I'm going to consider that to be the case. So I expect New York to score. I'm really conflicted on my pick because this just seems like the kind of game that the Cowboys would drop. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they're coming off of a Sunday night football game that was really emotional, kind of like they did with after the Giants game. There was a really emotional overtime win. They came out the next week and they blew it to the Bears. Got killed by the Bears. It seems like it's kind of setting up that same way for me here. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like the Cowboys shouldn't have a huge problem with this Jets team. The Jets team is really, really bad. Aaron Glenn is in a little over his head of just how discombobulated this team is after everything they've gone through the last couple of years. Robert Saleh showed again last night, played good defense, figured out how to get to Matt Stafford in a lot of ways. And because that Rams offense should have done better against a beaten up San Francisco defense. But then you look at the injury report for the Cowboys too. Tons of issues across the line there. Kevontae Turpin is now out. A bunch of their offensive linemen out. It's just they are very, very beat up right now. So it could go either way. We'll get to our picks in that in a minute. And then the Texans take on the Ravens. The Ravens are beat up. And no Lamar Jackson for this game against the Texans. So the Texans are actually favorites in this game. For the Texans, this is one that you're like, you have to be able to, because you lost games you were supposed to win earlier, right? And now you're trying to do anything to salvage your season. You have to take the gift that has been handed to you that is no Lamar Jackson. And Derrick Henry's going to run for 150 on you. They're still going to be able to run the ball, but you have to go after Cooper Rush in this secondary and try and disrupt Cooper Rush because it's Cooper Rush. And I know Dallas fans love him, but
I don't.
He is not Lamar Jackson. You have to take this a chance to be able to beat the Ravens. Do the Texans have a good shot here, Matt, against this Ravens team, or does history just prove them that they're not going to be able to get it done?
Well, anytime Derrick Henry is going up against the Texans, I feel like they're going to be in for a long day. But I do feel like this defense is still really good. So with Cooper Rush being the quarterback, like if Lamar Jackson was playing this game, I'd take the Ravens all day and not even question it. But the fact that it's Cooper Rush, I think the Texans do have a chance. They just they have to take advantage of that Baltimore defense that has been bleeding all season long. I think Kyle Hamilton's out as well now, so you should be able to move the ball.
Yeah.
Get Woody Marks involved. I've just picked him up in fantasy this week as well. Let's get him involved. Please, for the love of God, get Woody Marks involved heavily. And just try not to turn the ball over. Just be sound on the offensive line. I think you'll have a really good shot.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. It does feel like that. Let's get into our picks, Matt. So we can make some of these picks, and we'll go into the other games in college, other games in the NFL we want to talk about. But we're going to start off with a big one. Vandy at Bama. This line seems big to me. The line is 10.5. That seems big for how well Vandy's playing. And I get Bama just beat Georgia. And I get Bama looks like maybe they've completely figured it out after that Florida State game. And they're turning the corner and they're back to being a really good team. I get all that. And I think they are a really good team. But Vandy seems like they're hanging in there. By the way, I am fully on board. I want Bama to win by 90. Not against anybody on Vandy, but Johnny Manziel's on board. So win by 90. Get that guy who took the fact that he was arrested for domestic violence out of his documentary. Seems like a precedent point to me. Should have been in there. To just skip that. Oh, by the way, also, when I was in my low point doing all those drugs that you think are cool, I also did some horrible things. So I think that should have been left in there. I don't like that Johnny Manziel is just this cool guy now that everybody hangs out with, even though he's just another Nepo baby who came out and is now ruining more stuff. And Diego Pavia is like, that's my dude. You're like, you should have better role models than Johnny Manziel. So I want Alabama to win by 90 just solely on the Johnny Manziel part, but they're going to play up the whole angle that Johnny Manziel came in to Tuscaloosa and beat him. So now Diego Pavia is going to do it. 10.5 points though, Matt. That's the real piece. I think we both probably feel that Bama is going to win this game, but the SEC has been really even so far this year.
Am I making my pick first?
Yes.
Here's my thing. Vanderbilt is much better than I thought they were going to be. I'm going to say that off the front. They have beaten Charleston Southern, a really bad Virginia Tech team, South Carolina without Lenore Sellers, Georgia State, and Utah State. They have done nothing. Absolutely nothing. So combine that with the fact that Alabama has probably been circling this game since the clocks hit 0 against Vanderbilt last year. And Ty Simpson looks like he could be a Heisman Trophy contender. They seem like they've figured things out. Hell, they just, for the first time under Kalen DeBoer, won the penalty battle last week against Georgia. I think Alabama wins. I think Alabama covers, and I don't think this game is close. I've got Alabama winning big here.
I like that. Again, you said I want to win by 90 and that. Matt's taking Bama. I'm with you, Matt. I think, for my friends and for going against Manziel, I should give you the same rub I gave you last week picking old LSU. I helped you out last week, but I can't. I like Vanderbilt's been great. The only reason that I would pick Vanderbilt in this is because the number feels big. And I think Vanderbilt is going to play them tough early. I think late in the game, things might get out of hand, though. And I think Kalen DeBoer has no problem running up the score on this Vanderbilt team.
Nope.
And that to me is kind of why I'll take Bama in this one, is because I think instead of running the ball out at the end, let's boost up Ty Simpson's stats a little more. Let's go hit Ryan Williams for another touchdown. Let's boost it up. Let's get up 21 points. Let's get up 28 points. Now that may bite you, come back and bite you for sure. Yeah, if you make a mistake in there. But I feel like down at the end of it, Texas is going to be, or Alabama is going to be able to get the job done. And so that's why I'm going to go with Alabama there. Next pick, Miami, 4.5-point favorites at Florida State. Florida State embarrassed at Virginia yesterday or last week, sorry, just embarrassed. They want to come back. Miami's trying to continue on being the most dominant team in the ACC. They have been playing really good football. 4.5 points, though, not a huge spread. They expect this to be closer, expect Florida State to rebound after being upset. Where do you put this team? Where do you put this game at?
I still think Florida State's a really good team. I think they just kind of got caught off guard and they weren't up for that game of Virginia. And it was just they were looking ahead, I think, a little bit to this game because it should have been the biggest game of the weekend.
Yeah.
I don't see Miami losing in the regular season. I think they cover the 4.5. I do think it's a good game. I do think it's a close game, but Miami's defense is just too good. I think Carson Beck is still phenomenal, even though he struggled against a little bit against Florida. I like Miami in this one. I'm taking Miami minus 4.5.
Yeah. I think Florida State is much better than we gave them credit for. A lot of people gave them credit for, but I don't necessarily still believe that they are the world beaters that they went out to be. I think there is fatal flaws in their game, and Miami will be able to find them. They're just a little bit more experienced, a little bit older. So I'll say Miami takes this one. 4.5. I'll take Miami. I agree with you. So we're 2-2 together so far this week. So we're dead in the water right now. All right. This is the biggest line I think we've picked so far, but I want to pick this one because it is an interesting one. Mississippi State at Texas A&M, 15.5 points. Disrespect to Mississippi State here. And it is disrespect because this is Texas A&M. Come on, man. 3 points, maybe 3-point spread. Come on. What do you think about Mississippi State, who's been playing well, who is seen like a team that is more rejuvenated, covering 15.5? I'm not saying they beat A&M, but covering.
This is one of the games that I have no idea why the spread is so big. Texas A&M doesn't stop the run very well. They did against Auburn, but I think Auburn's offensive line is just burnt toast. I think Mississippi State's going to be able to run the ball. I think Blake Shapen's a smart quarterback. He'll be able to manage the game. I think A&M wins, but I mean, Mississippi State just took Tennessee to overtime. I think they cover 15.5. I don't know why this line is so big.
Two scores is way too much for me. I just can't. I don't see them winning by 3 scores. That's what it implies. And 3 scores is just a lot. I get you're saying they're going to run up the score on Mississippi State. I think Mississippi State has enough pride that even though they may have lost some games and stuff, they're going to come back and be like, no, we have to stay in games because this is what's going to help us build and build. And I think Jeff Levy knows the only way I can build here is like giving fights. Even if we're losing games, we got to put up fights every week because then I can get a couple more players and then we can take it to that next level. So I'm with Mississippi State as well. 3 for 3 agreements so far in college. So it's time to get to those NFL picks and see if we have any differences. Texans 2.5-point favorites at the Ravens. That is crazy to me. Just in the set of being a Texans fan, seeing how many times the Ravens have ended the fun of Texans fans before. I get the injuries. I get how awful this defense for the Ravens looks. But man, 2.5 being a favorite on the road against the Ravens still just feels wrong.
Yeah. Man. Can you go first in the NFL picks?
Sure. I'll go first. No problem.
I still don't know what to do with this Texans game.
Look, I'm going to go ahead and say the Texans have to win. The Texans have to win this game. And I get the Ravens do too, but they don't have their starting quarterback. They don't have a lot of players. The Texans have to win, and they don't because they have a bad offensive coordinator. The Ravens own the Texans. They always have. I think this defense plays better than it's played all season long. And they figure out a way to go and attack this Texans team that just doesn't have the threats. I think that it's a game that's super, super, super ugly. And it finishes at like 10-7 or 10-6 or some crap like that. And it's just an awful game. Now, it may end up like the Tennessee game where the Texans figured it out at the end, but I'm going to go with the Ravens covering just because I think it's going to be such an ugly, stupid game.
Okay. I feel like we have to be different here. We have to have a difference at some point.
Look,
so
I'm giving you the thing. I'm giving you the open pass. The Texans should win this game. They really, really should win this game.
I'm going to take the Texans minus 2.5. I think it's ugly too. I think it's like 13-10 or something ugly like that.
That's the thing, and that still covers for you if it's 13-10. And so I'm just saying I can't pick the Ravens to lose to the. I get Lamar Jackson's not playing. I still can't do it because good Lord, the PTSD of this is too much for me. It's like picking the Chiefs. I can't. The Texans are going to lose. I know. All right, Cowboys 2.5-point favorites at the Jets. This one feels like the opposite where it's an ugly game, but it's like 35-40 as opposed to where no one scores in the Ravens Texans because Texans are just awful on offense and the Ravens the Texans defense is really good. This one is the complete opposite. There's so many points, but the Cowboys win this game. They've been decent. The Cowboys have been decent so far. They have a ton of injuries, but they still have a lot of the pieces on their offense that I think will be able to make this work for them. So I think that the Cowboys can cover here 2.5, beat the Jets, knock the Jets down even further. This is a Jets team that it doesn't ever feel like they're really have ever bought into anything that any of these coaches have brought them, at least offensively. And it doesn't seem to work.
Yeah. I said I think that this game is going to be one of those letdown games for the Cowboys like it was with the Bears. But even with that, I just don't think that there's any way they lose this game. Like, if you lose to the Jets, your season's over officially. So I think they have to come out and win. I think Javonte Williams will be able to run a little bit. I think George Pickens is probably going to get taken out of the game by Sauce Gardner, but I still think they'll have enough to win. I'm gonna go with the Cowboys to cover. If they lose this game, I'm never picking the Cowboys again for the rest of my life.
For the rest of my life, whole new team, new ownership, everything else. No, still not picking them. All right, so there was 2 games I thought about picking here, and I like the Bucs Seahawks. I didn't pick that one. I went with a different one because it's more interesting to me somehow. Broncos at Eagles. Eagles are 3.5-point favorites. The Broncos are 2-2. They really need to start figuring something out soon. And they're not a bad team. They just haven't quite put it together. And the Eagles, statistically, are a bad team. Like, they've not played well, yet they keep winning. So this is a game that I thought is really interesting because it could be a turning point for the Broncos season. And so Broncos 3.5-point favorites on my list against our Eagles 3.5-point favorites, against a Broncos team that it's just a really interesting game to me. So I'm going to go ahead and say the Broncos knock the Eagles off their throne. Broncos play a good enough defense. They shut them down, and that offense figures it out enough to get the ball in the end zone a couple times and get to win against the Eagles. And even if they don't win, they'll be within 3 because the Eagles don't win big anymore. They just kind of win. So I will take the Broncos with the thought that they win the game outright, but maybe it's even if they don't win it outright, they've got a little bit of room.
Yeah, I just traded AJ Brown for J.K. Dobbins in my fantasy league because my running back room was absolutely obliterated by the loss of Aaron Jones. I mean, I was starting Woody Marks, Patrick. That's what I was.
No, I right now my lineup because Bijan's on a bye week and Bucky Irving is hurt, so I have good running backs. They're just hurt. I have the backup Jets running back in my lineup as of right now. It is a problem. There's no running backs in my league available, and it is a problem. So if anybody in the chat knows a great waiver wire pickup for running back, or throw that in there. I'm willing to look. It is awful right now.
I'll give you one. Rico Dowdle, Chuba Hubbard's out this week.
That's true. But I think Rico Dowdle's owned. Like that's what I'm saying. Everybody's got guys, so it's tough.
Yeah. Okay, so this game is at the Eagles. For the sole fact that I just traded AJ Brown for J.K. Dobbins, I'm going to go with the Broncos here. I think their defense is good enough to finally shut down that Eagles offense completely. I'm not saying shut them out, but they're gonna take care of them. And I just don't think the Eagles will be able to stop the Broncos. So I'm picking the Broncos here as well, plus 3.5, and I think they're going to win. I
love it. We are agreed in 5 of the 6. Our rubber match is the Texans and the Ravens. At 2.5, I have the Ravens. You have the Texans. But otherwise than that, we have Bama covering 10.5, Miami covering 4.5, Mississippi State covering plus 15.5, the Cowboys covering 2.5, and the Broncos covering plus 3.5 is our picks for this week. So good stuff in the picks. The other game we were going to pick, but I want your opinion on is Buccaneers Seahawks. That's a 3.5-point spread, but this is a Buccaneers team that's really good. Seahawks team that's really playing well. They're both not great. The Bucky Irving injury is kind of why I think the line is what it is. What do you see? What do you like about this with Baker Mayfield going up against a really good defense? I think Baker can go and at least find ways to attack them. Godwin's back now, so you lose Mike Evans. Bucky Irving's probably out, but you do have Egbuka, you do have Godwin, and you have Baker, who has been picking apart defenses.
Yeah. I mean, I still really like this Buccaneers team. I think that they're good. It took the Eagles being super, super lucky and annoying to knock them off and finally beat them. I think they beat Seattle here. I think they're pissed off. I think they're going to bounce back. I think Chris Godwin has a good game. He finally gets kind of back into the fold. Buka continues to do well. And I like Rashad White as a backup running back for Bucky Irving. He's a good receiver out of the backfield. So I think they're going to win this game. I think it's going to be close, but I've got the Buccaneers.
Okay, a couple other games we'll hit real quick before we get to our meat out of the day. Iowa State is playing Cincinnati. Iowa State's number 14 in the country playing Cincinnati. Cincinnati's favored by 1.5 here, Matt. This is a interesting one. Cincinnati's been playing really well. Iowa State's 5-0. But it does feel like this is a ripe for an upset here. That, I mean, it's not an upset in the betting world, but it would be an upset of an unranked team being a ranked team.
That's tough. I think Iowa State's going to win. Cincinnati did have a good one against Nebraska. I think Iowa State's a better team than that, so I'm going to pick Iowa State. It's a gross game, though.
It is an interesting 6 o'clock game for some. is that Texas Tech Houston game. Houston is 4-0. I know you're covering Houston now, so I want to get your opinion on this. Texas Tech favored by 11.5 in this game. What do you think? Does Houston stand a chance against this Texas Tech team that feels like they're the better team than Houston? But Houston is 4-0, so.
Yeah, I mean, Houston is they've got a really good defense. I think they're top 15 in the country in stop rate. So they're hard to score on. I think they got a little bit they had a little bit of a hangover last week against Oregon State because that game was at 9:30 at night on the West Coast. So I think that was a little weird for them, and it took them a while to get going. Connor Wegman's been really good. I think they can cover. I don't think they're going to beat Texas Tech. Also, Texas Tech did this weird thing where the game sold out, and then Kirby Hocutt, the Tech AD, came out and said, "This is our 8th straight sellout. We're claiming this. This is a home game for us." And it's like what the hell are you talking about? He tweeted that. It was really weird, even though the game's in Houston. Yeah, he should be the meathead of the day.
He's one of them. Throw him in there.
Yeah.
Put him in. There's a pile of them.
I think Houston can cover. I just don't think they're going to win. I think Texas Tech is too good across the board.
Okay, I like that. Go ahead.
We could go on with the next one, but after that, I think we should update the folks on what our standings are in the pick competition.
Oh, geez. Let me look and see if I have it written down. A couple other ones. We'll see if I have it written down yet. I'll have to add it into our next one. We'll do it after the break. A couple of other SEC teams playing that we've not talked about yet, so I want to hit those real quick before the break. Kentucky and Georgia are playing. Georgia's 19.5 point favorites over Kentucky. Is this a Georgia, let's just shut them down and kill them game?
Cover. They're pissed off. Yeah.
I feel like that one, it's at Georgia too, where they play really well. And then Oklahoma, 45.5 point favorites over Kent State. No John Mateer, no problems. This is my question. Even though it's Kent State, does this offense, who has looked awful besides John Mateer, struggle a little bit against Kent State? Just a little bit, and not win by 45.5.
Yeah, I don't think they cover. I think they win, but I don't think they cover. I don't think Kent State can score on this team, but I think they probably win like 27-3 or something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
I just don't believe in Michael Hawkins Jr. as quarterback. I'm sorry.
No. It's like Jackson Arnold and everybody else. We don't really believe. All right, we're going to take our second break. We'll come back. I'll give you the total where we're at in our pick'em. I think I made up ground this week. I think I made up a little bit of ground this week. I think we actually went 4-2 both last week. So I don't think I made up any ground, but I made up ground on myself. On the losing column, I made up some ground. But I'll tally those up. We'll get to that, and we'll get to our meathead of the day and wrap it up on a Friday afternoon edition of Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hey,
y'all. I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, wrapping it up here on a Friday afternoon. I'm sorry, my ears are blown out. But it's Friday afternoon. I was trying to hear myself. They turned me up in the microphone. Couldn't hear myself. Couldn't think. Appreciate everybody who hung out with us this week. Our totals right now, Matt, I'm only 6 games behind you, dude. Only 6 games behind you. I'm right there. I'm right in the conversation. You improved to 15 and 19. So you're getting closer and closer. Could jump up. You have a good week this week. You get even closer to getting back to 500. I'm pretty far from 500, but I'm not far from it. I just got to keep catching up to you. I'm picking up another game on you this week. That's what we'll say. I don't want to really, but I'm going to pick up another game on you this week. I'm 9 and 25 so far. I will say, some of these other people, no shot at them, but like Chip and Zay, them, they're picking the games they want to pick. I intentionally pick harder to pick games. So our challenge is harder than some others, because if we just pick the games we want to pick, we'd all be like, oh yeah, we're going to take Mississippi State over. We'll take the Mississippi State in, but we wouldn't bet the Ravens Texans. We wouldn't take that one.
Yeah. What was your record in in not last week, but the week before?
1-5.
Okay. We were both 1-5 that week, I think, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
No, we've been pretty consistently good or bad together of how the week go. Let's see what I've got on my meathead of the day. First, let's throw in this video. I just want you to look at the suit, Matt. I just want you to say, is this a suit that this kid can pull off?
And there was a report that Brock could be out a few more games. Do you feel like the starting job, you're the starter now, and that's just the way you have to view it?
I think, they brought me here to play as a backup, and that's my job, and Brock's the starter of this team, and right now he's dealing with something, and for him to go out there last week and play when he probably wasn't at full health, like he cares about this team, so I'm just trying to get some wins for him so it helps us down.
So it's a decent answer. You can't be that timid if you're wearing that suit. Like, I don't know who's dressing these people that they can't pull off the outfits they're wearing, is all I'm saying. If you're going to wear the red and black suit and all of that, you have to have some passion and energy and come out and be for it. You can't, they brought me here to be the backup quarterback, so well, play that quarterback. I'm going to try and win some games. You can't do that if you have the weird suit on.
Yeah, I hate that. That's awful. That suit should be burned. No, never wear that again. Nobody can pull that off. Michael Jackson could pull that off back in the 80s. That's about it.
Yeah,
by the way,
yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, can I do our second meathead of the day?
Yes, go for it.
Okay, my meathead of the day is Kirby Hocutt. Here we go. Red Raider Nation, it's official. We have declared Saturday night's game in Houston our 8th home game this season. Houston is West Texas. Wreck-'em 15-1. I don't know what that means. It's a sellout at Houston, and there's going to be a lot of Texas Tech fans there this year, but Texas Tech AD Kirby Hocutt is calling it a home game and calling Houston West Texas. It is in Southeast Texas, sir. I don't know, Patrick. I don't know. I hate it.
I do know. That's a bad look, Kirby. You're an idiot, and you're trying to make this cool. You're not cool, Kirby. You're an idiot at college. Stop trying to be funny and cool. Go away. You work in Lubbock. Ugh. All right.
I can't.
Well, I got a couple more we got to hit real quick. This one, another meathead, our boy This one, Jaden Blue. Come on, man. What are you doing, Jaden? Sure, his Louis Vuitton shoes that he wore in practice that gave him blisters on his feet. So, finally going to be able to get into the game and decided to break out the Louis Vuittons in practice and hurt his feet and got blisters. So, I believe he's still scheduled to play, but good Lord, dude. You're just so many roadblocks for yourself.
This is probably why he hasn't played in the first 4 games.
Because of decisions like that.
It's not pass blocking. It's not fumbling. It's because of stuff like this. Like, what are you doing?
All right.
We're cleats.
Final piece, and shout out to my man CB for putting this one up today. I saw this. Is this cheating for the 999? The 999, 9 hot dogs, 9 beers, and 9 innings. The Phillies are apparently trying to help you out. They have miniature beers and miniature hot dogs, like fun-size hot dogs, to help you complete your 999 challenge. So they're trying to maybe curb people drinking 9 tall boy beers in a game and eating 9 and throwing up in their bathroom or doing whatever else, which I'm sure they're like, please stop throwing up in our bathroom because you try to do these things. But they're apparently trying to do something that is the 999 challenge for the Phillies. What are your thoughts?
I didn't realize they were mini. I thought it was just they all put it there for you. And I was like, no, that's not cheating. But then I see the Yingling there on the right. Those are like shots of beer.
They're flights of beer, yeah.
So I could probably do that in 1.5 innings.
Oh, you couldn't eat 9 fun-size hot dogs in 1.5 innings without feeling very bad.
Yeah, I could. I could put it away, Patrick. Don't doubt me. Don't doubt me.
I don't because I feel like at 4 hot dogs, I'd start to regret life choices because hot dogs are one of those things that taste worse the more you eat. They don't get better; they get worse. So,
if I ever go to a Phillies game, I will get that and I will prove it.
All right, maybe we'll try it one time in the one of these Fridays. We'll try. We'll put some other challenge on ourselves. We'll get some hot dogs and beers and see what we can do on the show on a Friday. If you can get people to listen to our show, if you can get people to tune in, we will do some stupid challenge like that. I'm sure Matt is on board. He said he could eat all of these hot dogs in an inning and a half. We got 2 hours. We get like 10 hot dogs.
Yeah, I could. I probably could.
All right, we got to get out of here. We appreciate all you guys tuning in with us. We'll be back on Monday to wrap it up. Remember, post-game, tune in right here, pregame at Lavaca Street on the Lamar. So check out that. Enjoy the weekend. Enjoy the win for Texas over Florida. We'll be back Monday. Until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here Monday for more from Open.